All right. I will not be here for too long, but we're going to be kicking off the tournament officially. Coming up for the first match of the tournament is going to be Dark Aura versus Illy. We have the card draw on screen. Players are about to warm up. If y'all didn't catch the stream yesterday, this is a 3 out of 5. So first player to win 3 songs will advance to the next part of the bracket. And on deck after that, we have Miko and Caffeine. Currently, players are in other games, so we are unable to utilize the second machine at the moment. So just keep up with the Start GG bracket. We will have people up as soon as we can. We are waiting on a couple players to still show up to the venue, so we're trying to run whatever matches we have available to us. But enjoy the gameplay. We have Illy from Italy playing, and Dark Aura, local to the area. They participated in Storm last year whenever I was in attendance. Gonna turn the pad mic on.
Let's play StepManiaX.
All right, once again, we're kicking off day 2 of CEO 2025. And shout out to sponsoring the hotspot up onto the cabinets. Players can log in, keep their settings up. Yep, they get a everyone gets a 1-song warm up for the tournament. And once again, exclamation mark bracket to pull up the bracket for the tournament. Just follow along. And the level ranges for this pool are 19 to 22, as you can see on the screen. And then I believe Illy doesn't really play SMX, so let's make sure he gets the settings up too. Yeah, but he's really, really good at ITG, so catch him on the ITG stream whenever he's up on that. It's always very fascinating when you go to an event like Storm, where you have a lot of players who main other games try out StepManiaX. Yep, let's wish luck to both players. Once this warm-up's complete, their first song is going to be Who. Hopping off the mic now, I need to make sure the tournament runs, but I will try to be back as soon as I can.
Actually, I drove 3 minutes shy of 6 hours on the dot when I actually switched out. And it's not like, oh, it's like 6 hours, I'm just going to press the quit button. It's basically like when the car runs out of fuel, you come in to refuel it, and then that's it stops.
Select your difficulty.
That's while the active watching it, it makes you like super excited. I don't know much about it. I have like enough folks who are like into racing in the landscape scene.
That's cool. This mic is still active. Okay, got it.
All right, let's see what you've got.
Oh, let me know the game.
Welcome home.
Gotcha.
There are no easy choices in this mode. Please make a selection.
But I've seen enough like racing and chasing content that's now like on YouTube. I get recommended like car simulator swap.
Oh no.
Like you're driving car races. I can appreciate the tech that goes into it, but just like it's so fucking fun. It's like
Okay.
a new dimension.
Select options.
Yeah. As far as like moving cockpits go, I don't want to ever have one. It seems like way too much for such a little game. Like not only is it already gonna be like a little delayed because it's artificially created. That's insane.
Yeah, have fun. I will sue you.
But
A friend of ours from college is like top 8 for gaming.
oh really? That's pretty cool. Yeah, that's what he was. Jelly was saying. That's who?
Twang.
Twang.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he has the DQ because it's like in the
That-
CEO fighting for his life
Yeah.
right now.
That was the person that I was like, who is Twang? Yeah.
Well, we are not speaking into the mics right now. This is the first match here. You can see the record at the bottom. It's like it's 1-1 to each of the players. Still in setup this morning. We'll be on the mic shortly.
I know what the mute button is now, so I can cover that one. What a score.
Yeah. Gotta run to the bathroom and then I'll hop on comms.
Okay.
Things are always a little bit scuffed when we get started right on the first of the hour here. But yeah, this is match 1. First song went to Caffeine. Going to start out with Party next. Pilot will be back shortly, and then we will be on commentary. No lie, the SMX party last night was lit. What a close song there. Looks like Caffeine is going to take it 2-0. I actually think I saw at the end of that song, I was watching the golden combos, and on the right side I saw it flash right toward the end. Or is it a best of 5? I guess it is a best of 5. Okay, my mistake. It's 2-0 in favor of Caffeine. Caffeine? Caffeine? Someone tell me how to pronounce that correctly.
Hey, is it caffeine or caffeine? How do you pronounce your name? Caffeine? Caffeine. Caffeine? Or just like the word caffeine? Like the coffee I'm drinking? Okay. I thought there was a D at the end, so I was calling it caffeine. So, all right. Thanks.
All right, we should move on to the third song in the set, Only You. Very chill 19. A lot of very easy runs here. Eighth notes, very little on the 16ths. Couple of gallops. All right, we're through the eighth notes now. Here come the gallops. Caffeine still with a slight lead, not by much though. All right, now the towers come in. The song will start to ramp up a little bit here. Caffeine holding a solid lead, about 1,500 points. And Caffeine is going to take it 3-0 over, I believe it's Miko. If I don't pronounce everyone's name wrong today.
Hey Laura, I'm gonna be like sitting here for the day or just in the area, so if you want to break or switch out or something, let me know.
All right, looks like they're pulling a couple of the players together for card draw, so I'll go ahead and entertain the masses here. CEO, this is my first CEO, and the experience here has been phenomenal. I know me and Jelly talked about it earlier on the stream, but we are in a massive ballroom. I mean, like, massive ballroom. And this is just the small one. Behind us, we've got DDR, 4 ITG setups over there, an ITG Dedi. There's 3 pump setups right next to me, and a handful of other games, as well as all of the fighting game stuff and stages across the way. I really wish I could show off like this venue and show really like the size of it, but this is just the small ballroom. The main CEO fighting room has a massive stage that is glittered with LED lights and is phenomenal looking. I know most of these events are going to be wrapping up. Most of our dance game events, like SMX ends today, DDR ends today, ITG is just top 8 tomorrow, and I really am going to be looking forward to checking out the fighting game room on Finals Sunday, where all of the best players are going to be duking it out. It was rowdy in there when I was there on Friday. I just took like a 20-minute walk through it and tried to check out. They also have a whole row of Artist Alley vendors. They have vendors for controllers, vendors for equipment. Like this is one crazy competition, and if you are watching at home and you are not here, I am putting this on my I will not miss this next year list. It is well worth the trip, and I'm just blown away how big it is, how well it's run, and obviously everybody behind it that's made this event possible so far. It's something to behold. Like I said, I really wish I could show off more of the venue than what we have just behind us, but it's quite a sight to be in this area. Besides, this resort, I guess you could call it, is huge. I mean, it's got like 15 floors and like 6 wings of rooms. There's a whole golf course outside. Even like the entrance to the place is like half a mile long. It's quite a spacious area. So, I know Jelly's just hunting down the next 2 players. They're going to be doing card draws here in a second, and we'll roll right into it. Somebody needs to fill me in on the whole Jabali world. I actually have no idea. Like, everyone's been talking about Jabali this, Jabali that. I have no idea what it is. The guy who runs CEO, got it. Well, he has my seal of approval. He has done a fantastic job putting on this event and getting it to a stage where it's this scale. It's huge. It's so big here. All right. Looks like Cheesecake, and who is Cheesecake going up against? Morning, Pilot. Oop. Sorry about the pop.
Hello.
Hello.
All right. Good morning.
I was just giving everybody the overview of the venue here and how it is just a phenomenal sight to behold. Both our room, the fighting game area. So we're just waiting for the players to congregate for their match.
Prior to my introduction into the competitive dance game circuit, the last event I went to was EVO 2023. Just went with some friends to hang out and check out Las Vegas. And the Mandalay Bay complex, real sight to behold. And getting similar vibe from this place here in Orlando. You know, big resort area, got a lot of stuff to do inside the venue. Good time.
I might have to check out Combo Breaker. Combo Breaker is so local to me, and it's always the weekend after Anime Central, which is one of the biggest anime conventions of the year. And so I'm always exhausted or sick that weekend. But after seeing the size and scale of this, I know Combo Breaker is similar on that scale of EVO and CEO. It just might be worth being a spectator for the event and just watching all of the hype matches go down all day.
Yeah. Now, I've been informed that we've got some match conflicts with the other games, so while we have some players just casually playing or warming up, just hanging out here until we can get a match on stream.
You know, something that really impressed me is there is several rows of tables that have these big signs that say casuals over them. And so it's like just a super inviting way for people to be like, hey, I'm going to come over, I'm just going to play a game, and I've never played it or never touched it before. We should get signs like that for our free play cabs, like our warm-up cab. Just casuals.
Yeah. I think we do occasionally use the second cabinet for matches when we need the bandwidth.
Well, yeah, when we need it, yeah. Right now I know it's on free play. The second machine over there is open for warm-ups and or casual play, so...
If only we were like Red Note, where we had like 3 or 4 cabinets on hand, and we could plow through a 50-person bracket and then have like 1 or 2 setups
I mean,
entirely
Ches is
dedicated.
here, right? Like, why couldn't he just pack like 3 StepManiaX machines in his backpack?
Yeah, it's, how much can checked luggage be for an airline? Cram it in there.
I did get a chance to sit down and talk with him. I haven't seen him since I was last in Vegas last May. So
yeah, Ches, great guy, and he's got an absolutely incredible arcade out in Las Vegas, just 15 minutes away from the Strip. Make sure you check out Red Note Gaming if you're in the area.
Red Note is a huge supporter of every SMX event that runs throughout the year, pretty much. They're always providing support in several ways to all the events that get run throughout the circuit. So, you know, big shout out to them. I love the music in the background. Just have like this like beat going while we're talking.
StepManiaX Radio.
Yeah. DJ Cheesecake out here.
I will say, if you're looking for some gameplay as well, you can always check out the stream for our second cabinet over at twitch.tv/PilotVG. I believe Smory, our prodigal son, if you will, in the community. The prodigy son is gaming. It is a pinned message in our chat.
Are you ready?
I haven't had a chance to talk to Smory yet, but Smory is very... I just love the fact that we have such a young competitor up and coming in the scene. Met him for the first time at Love Arcade earlier this year. Definitely checked out their Twitch channel a couple of times. Can't wait to see what Smory can do in the next year or two here. Already at the level of top players.
No, it's also great to see that not only is our game thriving with an established community, but you also get new players and quite literally new generations getting into the game. So I'm hoping we can have a long-lasting and truly incredible community for the game.
I'm gonna give the shameless plug to Goomba too. Kid's still 17 and he's like looking at making a run of top 8 of ITG, and ITG's bracket is unbelievably stacked right now. I mean, to be competing at that level before your 18th birthday is just, it's a thing that doesn't happen. Morning, Owen.
Yeah, I think every dance game is very top-heavy this year.
Yeah, it's very top-heavy. I know I was watching Flash's stream the other day, and Flash was just talking about how the incredible dedication it takes to be a top player at this point is just so far outside the leaps and bounds that people thought it would get to even just a few years ago. You know, we were like a 13 came up in a tournament, and it was like, oh no, and it's like now that's commonplace. Like 13's in bracket, what? You know, I can't wait till the day we're playing 26s in bracket here. It's coming.
I think once we hit top 8, we'll see those. Mayhaps.
I don't want to play any 26s today.
No. I think largely going off of our pools, we'll mostly be playing up to 25 if that.
Yeah, well, I think it's 21 to 24 to start.
If you advance, it would be 20
Yeah.
to 25. I mean, the other thing also, just coming up on the comment here in chat that we started with lower ranges, we really have a very wide range of skill level and talent represented in an event like this. And I do think, I appreciate SMX working on accommodating players who are not as strong at the harder content in the game. I think that's a good way to like onboard people. You know, we do celebrate pool advancements and such. So it's a good way to get people interested in the game too by having a space in the competitive scene where players who may not necessarily be able to scrap with the top cut can still have good competitive matches.
The main thing I always talk about on StepManiaX is the fact that it has such a wide content offering for every skill level. It doesn't matter if you're starting out, it doesn't matter if you're a beginner player or even a mediocre midline player, where you've got so many charts available to you, so many songs available to you. And a lot of the events that I've been running have kind of been tailoring those difficulties to the player base once it's been finalized, which is actually where this event shines well over something like DDR or something like ITG. It has like that really tailored skill sets to accommodate every player of every skill level, which I think makes the tournament hype significantly higher.
Yeah, and as you saw also with Pool 1 yesterday, a lot of the material, especially in that like hard 16 to 19 range, you have very straightforward, very easy to time charts, and you have a mixture of very interesting things as well. We saw a lot of different chart styles and paths to victory represented in the tournament, so you can still have what amounts to a really interesting tournament even with just like lowers in this game, if you will.
Absolutely. I was a little distracted by the person who tried to basketball hoop the garbage behind us and missed miserably.
Oh no.
Someone clip it. Are we getting ready to go?
Sounds like we're about to get a match.
All right.
I see even more of our players pouring in too. It looks like
We got a match. Yeah, everyone's starting to filter in. It's
everyone's starting to wake up from last night's shenanigans.
Yeah, MCAT was in the chat earlier talking about the song Party, and I was like, it's a party last night.
Can't wait to get this party started.
All right, do you know who's playing?
Well, I can check on my end if I go ahead and take a glance over at the main screen.
This one. Ah, yes.
Yeah, so let me go ahead and switch us over to the bracket view. So I don't recognize the players on site, but we are about to get into a match. So we'll probably switch over to the main screen and see what's up.
Is it this one? I think it's this one. Because Cheesecake just walked off, so it's got to be, is it Keek? And
Yeah, and if
is it a T? Tosh?
Touch,
Touch? GTO.
isn't that the artist from DDR for like Zephyr? If anyone knows how to pronounce the username, let me know. Otherwise, I will try my best. But
I
yes.
butchered caffeine earlier. I actually didn't realize that the D was silent, so I said caffeine.
I probably should have attached. All right, cool. I probably should have done my research for commentary, but we ball.
We ball.
We're doing it live.
Oh, look at that, the match has
Twitch.tv/jelly
started.
slosh.
All right, what do we got for a draw? Typical Tropical picked by Tash. Cake Take by Keek. And Dreaming, Turn Me On, Electronic City Pops to finish it out.
Ah, a visitor from Italy. Wonderful. It is true that, what is it? You have quite a few countries outside the typical sphere for dance gaming. And by that I mean the United States and Japan. And I guess by extension, a place like South Korea or such for Pump It Up. SFX is sold globally, so cool to see some global community members here.
And it's highly available globally.
Yes. And already getting into a spicy start with typical Tropical. And remember, at one point I had joked that when it comes to Wild 19s in this game, they are split into two categories. They're fundamentals, like oriented charts, and they're interesting. And I think typical Tropical's got a couple of phrases that put it into the interesting category. Lots of these syncopated patterns. You can see the alternating sets of 2 and 3/16ths. Right at the very beginning, you saw a triplet pattern that had a bracket thrown in where you want to use one foot to hit 2 panels at once, ideally. You're going to see that coming up in a moment.
This is such a great tournament song because it layers in 3 different skill sets.
There we go.
Or 3 different pattern types on top of each other.
Yeah, Tatch takes a unfortunate couple of bad judgments on that second triplet occurrence. Keek pulling out a slight lead coming into the last quarter or so of the chart. Yeah, very sparse outro here.
Looks like Keek's going to take it 1-0 over Tosh. I'm sorry, which one of them was from Italy?
Natural.
It sounds like Tasha's, but I'm not actually sure.
I know Jelly told me that one of the competitors here today was from Italy, but I don't actually know if it was the 2 that are in this match here or not.
We may have multiple competitors from the region because I do believe there are a few ITG players from overseas here as well.
Thanks, Supper. Okay, so it looks like Tosh is from Italy.
Very cool to see. Unrelated to the match at hand, there are a number of spectators watching Smori play on the secondary cabinet, and I see the father, Rugard, discussing with onlookers as well. Real busy day, lots of things going on in the venue here.
You know, I'm looking around, and I actually think StepManiaX has more spectators than the other games right now.
Ready?
You're going to want to keep your eyes on this game,
Go
too.
for it.
All right, take, getting right into it. Leads flipping back and forth. Keck was off to a good start. Looks like Tosh is clawing it back. He's got about a 500-point lead going on right now. Very tricky center panel run.
Yeah, starting out so far, the patterns, the footwork's a little difficult, but the rhythm is fairly straightforward here. Nice little run from both players. Keek sliding into the lead there off that center panel pattern. Lead's going back and forth. That's close. Wow.
Whoa, 5 points.
5-point difference. We're going straight into the good stuff today.
That was great.
It's really nice to see best of fives across the board here. Keek up 2-0. Tosh has got a lot of work to do to bring it back here.
Yeah, getting a little primer regarding SMX scoring, our favorite thing.
22-14.
Reselect. Music.
Wow. 7 timing windows in a trench coat.
In one trench coat. All right, Dreaming. One of my personal favorite songs here. This one has a lot of centers in it, and it is a very big knowledge check if you are not familiar with the center panel runs. Starts off with a slowdown. Slowdown has an immense amount of crossovers and scoobies in it, moving into... No.
One more over. Options. Go back, one more. Come back. The other Dreaming. The other not Dreaming. This off, back out. Back out.
Confirm your selection. Options.
Price is averted.
Wrong Dreaming.
All right, so as I was saying, Dreaming has a bunch of crossovers in the slowdown to start. Has some Scoobies in there. Then it goes into a speed up section, and the speed up section is center panel heavy. It's just all around the center. So this is a big knowledge check if you're not familiar with this.
Get ready.
Oh yeah, it starts off nice and slow too. Like the timing challenge.
You know, this entire slowdown opening actually flows perfectly. If you do all the crossovers, the very last center hold is a spin, and you can spin all the way around and then continue the song.
Oh, it's a very satisfying section to execute.
Here's the crossovers, and the Scoobies, and the 12th notes, and the spin. Tosh off to a quick lead here. Looks like just under 1,000 points. Now we got the center panel. See how they can navigate this together.
Yeah, this chart remains fairly straightforward for a good long while. It is the back half going into step jump territory that really ramps it up in difficulty, in my opinion.
Players starting to struggle a little bit. Seeing some bad judgments and a couple of missed notes, but we're making it through.
Yeah, you can kind of see Touch widened their stance a little to account for center. Sort of threw the timing off rails in places, but I think comboing is a little more important at this point. Yeah, it's a very tricky step jump section to understand.
This is an incredibly tough chart.
Keek slides into the lead with just like about 10% of the chart left. Touch
Keek is going to take it 3-0.
picks up a number of earlies in that final section, and that just seals the deal. Yeah, very commanding 3-0 from Keek. Moving on. I believe this is still early enough in the tournament. Yeah, it's winner's side. Not out yet. Double elimination. Everyone gets at least 2 chances. All right, for those of you following along at home, if you want to watch some more matches over on the secondary stream pinned in the chat, Cydia versus Lil Chris is currently going on the second cabinet as far as I'm aware. And it looks like we'll be getting Cheesecake Caffeine getting set up on deck. So if you want to see even more matches, you can also watch this stream. So go ahead and see if we're going to get started right away. Not sure if this is a warm-up or not. Waiting for an updated card draw.
Confirm the song. Player 1 ready.
Is this a match?
Move your feet to the beat.
All right.
Are you ready?
We are getting started. Warming up for Caffeine Cheesecake. Match will be beginning shortly. I think we're going to have a pretty exciting match on our hands. I am curious to see how Caffeine performs today, having advanced from the lower pool. Very strong performance on the lower side. Let's see now how he can handle the upper end of content now. To no surprise for early on in this pool, now that we're starting to push a little more towards like the mid-range of wild difficulty. You can see here that the 22 and one of the 21s in this draw were vetoed, so not surprised to see the upper end taken out from the draw here.
Full combo. You're beautiful.
So yes, definitely SMX is a separate game with a separate skill set to learn, and it's not a surprise to see people coming from other games who are more used to a specific form or means of execution struggling to adapt sometimes. But we'll see. If someone's timing ability is that strong, depending on the card draw, it could very well be in their favor. Just need to wait and see.
Okay. Select options.
Guess what I'm trying to figure out too is Patrick Caffeine.
Presumably. I don't think that's Cheesecake's name. I would be surprised.
All right, Cheesecake versus Caffeine, rolling right into song one, Nothing Else Matters.
So that's where Panini comes from.
Player one ready. Okay. Let's
Fascinating.
Oh, did not
That's
know that,
big if true, if I dare say so myself.
right?
All right.
Are you ready? Action.
As you can see, already Caffeine off to a slight lead off a mine hit from Cheesecake side, although the lead does trade back quickly. Can't discount things like that happening.
Right?
200 combo.
I do believe out of the corner of my eyes, I saw Caffeine go for a crossover and a need to quickly correct out of that. This section really resolves best. If you do that crossover, you want the side switch. It's a fascinating little pattern to have thrown into a 19 in the game. However, given its eighth notes at 190-ish BPM, I think most players typically just work on double stepping that.
Yeah, not too rough. Coming down to the end here, looks like Cheesecake's just barely holding a lead.
Yeah, it looks like Caffeine probably picked up an appreciable number of off judgments from losing a little bit of positioning and some timing in that section with those side switch patterns.
I don't think the drop lift would have made a difference, but that was really, really too close to call there. Drop lifts can really hurt your score.
Yeah, I do believe Cheesecake was solidly ahead by the time the lift had occurred.
We're only looking at 170 points. I mean, that could have been, that could have been.
Indeed, just going off of the flashing numbers, sometimes if it's especially like flickering back and forth between players, then you know it's certainly about to matter.
All right, Tony T in the way to Rio.
Oh, we're going to Rio.
We're going to Rio.
This early in the day?
Where is Rio?
Sorry, I'm a
Knowledge check.
stupid American. I don't know my geography. I don't study rocks like that.
We got Caffeine out here dancing.
It's geology.
In Brazil.
Ah, yes. Brazil, #1.
Yeah.
Greatest country. How could I have forgotten? Now, we talked a little bit, since it was brought up, about Caffeine's experience and in the groove, but Cheesecake is not to be discounted either as an experienced player. I believe she has a lot of prior experience with... Lots of prior experience with DDR Extreme.
Awesome. I love your style.
So both of these players are disciplined and experienced in their own right, I'd say. Just now meeting in a newer game, although I would say Cheesecake has more experience with SMX specifically.
Cheesecake put in some work since I last saw her in Chicago a couple months ago. So this is Caffeine's pick. Caffeine just let us know that he wanted to pick the song that looked the coolest. So that was his strategy in picking Way to Rio.
Well, paying off so far is the lead keeps changing between these players. Yeah, lots of those 16th sets of threes.
16th triples. Oh, lead swung back in Caffeine's favor. Cheesecake picked up 3 perfects during that section. A little bit of gallops and then back to the 16ths. And we are back in the Cheesecake favor and back to Caffeine. This is the type of match that I want to see. Trading blows.
I'm gonna get dizzy looking back and forth.
Caffeine holding on to it, only about 10% of the song left.
Up, streamier section. Gotta be careful about that. And Cheesecake
Cheesecake picking it up.
squeaks out a win by about,
Oh, 38 points.
yeah, less than 40 points.
5 to 9. Yeah, 38 points is about what, 1 perfect roughly?
It
Maybe
varies.
a little more.
It
but-
depends on the density of the song and presence of other non-tap note mechanics as well. Yeah, it really just looks like Cheesecake had a couple of really, really off yellow perfects, which made the margin closer than you would anticipate it to be based on that score count.
Yes, Cheesecake has been keeping warm. Cheesecake was playing on the warm-up machine for a little bit, waiting for Caffeine to become available. I believe Caffeine is playing in other matches as well, which is why he was in the first one, and then he stepped away for a minute. So Cheesecake played Miko in our very first match of the day, 3-0 to Caffeine.
So this is going to be a very interesting chart for these players too. If Caffeine is not familiar with it, I'm very interested to see how a particular section plays out.
Are you ready? Action.
Very, very slow BPM here. Very consistent. A little bit of a longer yellow run section.
very close game.
Cheesecake picking up a miss.
Yeah, awkward miss there. Now keep in mind in this section, you're going to see these long holes with lifts at the end and the presence of mine pits, which will demand that you place your feet in a very specific position. Cheesecake resting on some of those mine pits and taking a lot of life bar damage as a result. It looks like both players are struggling to execute that section. But that actually puts Caffeine slightly in the lead.
It's still pretty close.
He clutches it out right at the end.
Perfect combo.
Caffeine takes it by about 800 points. Yeah, those mine pits were super tricky. It definitely caught both players off guard.
Yeah.
Gotta make sure you lift your feet.
It doesn't really resolve naturally, as far as I'm aware, so it really is very much a knowledge check to know where to place your feet during that section. Or you can alternatively like stand off the pad and then just reach over with one foot for some of those sections. I've seen some very interesting takes on it. No, not the sort of thing that you can like intuitively read. Yeah, coming now to what love feels like. Wild 20 for game 4. Very straightforward chart. Jelly Slush grooving in the background. Having a little chat.
Confirm selection. Select options. Player 1, ready. How much of a maniac are you anyway?
All right, 2-1 in favor of Cheesecake. Rolling into what love feels like. Cheesecake with an unfortunate perfect on the first note. Now these type of syncopations could be a little awkward where you've got like 4 notes in a drill, but you just like don't have your 5th note to return back to the whole beat.
Yeah, you'll typically see a lot of players usually insert the 5th note at the end to put them back on the 8th or the quarter. Cheesecake picking up an off judgment.
Like Caffeine's getting locked in, pulling off some really solid judgments all the way through this song. It's got a lead of almost 1,000 points at this point. Cheesecake's got a lot of work to do if she's going to catch up.
Picks up a miss and a late though. I think the switch from 4-note burst to 5-note burst kind of threw him a little.
The commentator's curse comes in again. Cheesecake is going to take it.
Perfect combo.
3-1.
It looks like Caffeine just gets his just desserts.
Just desserts.
5-star.
And the caffeine, the cheesecake, the panini. This match made me hungry.
Very, very tight match all the way through.
But,
multiple songs, very, very close. 38 points on one.
Good.
Under 200 on the other.
Really good show of discipline from Cheesecake to push through and claw back to the lead after taking some unfortunate early hits in some of those games.
So next match on deck looks like it's going to be Tosh versus Miko.
That's already done.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Wait, when did? Oh, that played on the other cab.
Yes, we've had a couple of matches run on the other cabinet.
Thanks for the info. I had no idea.
We'll just see who gets put up next. Again, we have a lot of
I guess
other
I won't
games.
trust the bracket again. Let's pull up the bracket so we can show exactly where we are with the tournament. So things that have appeared a little bit off screen. Obviously, Twang DQ'd earlier. Twang is competing in top 8 of a fighting game tournament right now. So Twang is out in the other room.
He's fighting for his life in the ring.
But literally.
That's my man. I hope he's doing good out there.
Tosh and Miko just played on the second cab. Looks like Tosh took that match 3-0. Also, Cydia and Lil Chris played on the other cab while we were away. And Lil Chris went up 3-1 against Cydia. That happened before that match. So with that in mind, I actually don't know who we're going to run next. I'm waiting for the competitors to step up to figure out which.
Yeah, there's a card draw running over here, and I'm also seeing Tosh and Cydia over by the secondary cab stream setup. I think possibly running what looks like to be card draw over there too. So who knows? But we do have Cheesecake, and Dark Aura is being drawn over on this side, and I believe there's another set of players on deck to draw too. So,
yeah, hoping Cheesecake and Dark Aura is going to be our next match then. So
we have 4 viable matches to choose from.
Yeah.
So I think it might just be whichever card draw finishes first and whatever cabinet they get thrown up on.
It is actually, it's great to see competitors competing in more than one event at once. I know that all of the TOs here definitely allow some grace to try to make sure that competitors can play in everything they need to. Unfortunately, those 2 events are in different rooms, so a person cannot be in 2 spots at once.
No, and top 8 for a fighting game, especially like a big one at EVO, like a main stage game, need to be really focused, really on your game and present to be called. So
imagine getting off of a physically exerting game and then trying to sit down with 160 heart rate and
trying to
frame perfect some buttons on a
trying to knock out your opponent with the aura of stink about you from sweating. It's not body odor, it's aura.
Aura.
Nah, shout outs to Twang. That's my goat. All right, so we are going to get Dark Aura Cheesecake right up on the main cab.
Competitors are up on the stage. Just waiting for them to get signed in. I haven't seen you since 2018. You're local, right? Yeah. Yeah. I came down in February for business trip. Yeah, we met at David Buster's. Glad to see you out here competing. That's really cool. Good luck on your match.
I am currently watching Pump It Up. It looks like they're running a pool for doubles in perfect synchronizations. It looks like T-Swag and his competitor are hitting the exact same notes at the exact same time. It's very surprisingly synchronized.
Yeah, it's kind of cool to see the body movements be exactly the same. One sec.
Wait,
Oh yeah, let's do it. Wild mode. Wow, are you sure? Kick us off. Set it.
all right, we're gonna kick it back over to bracket view while they work on getting the Wi-Fi reconfigured for the cabinet. Because we've got like 4 or 5 rhythm games in this section, all broadcasting,
StepManiaX.
we have limited bandwidth from the venue. So SMX can run completely offline if needed. We have not wired it up, if you will, to the cabinet. But in exchange, we're using a Wi-Fi hotspot to facilitate that.
Yeah, we moved the SMX cab off of Jelly's because Jelly's running the stream and it was overloaded, so. It died again? Can you take my phone and just like move it over there?
It would appear we are struggling with internet at the moment. See, part of the beauty of StepManiaX is the game is fully functional without an internet connection, and account stuff can be saved via QR code, but it would appear we are insistent upon a system login. Looks like we got that under control, though.
Looks like it's that time where everyone's showing up and using their phones, and so internet bandwidth is getting low in the venue.
Yeah, I was talking about that a little bit, given that we've got such many games broadcasting as well.
Right.
It's not like we've got endless amounts of internet from the venue to toss around.
Yeah. Hotspot is on, it's just being a little combative with the SMX machine.
Oh, you mean the large empty room in the middle of Orlando that's not conducive to 5G signal?
Right. All right, good old warm up here. This is a spicy warm up pick. Da, 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 da. If I remember this correctly, this had more purple notes in it, didn't it? But then otherwise, it's just mostly eighth notes.
It's got a whole mixture of things. You'll see more of the 24th,
24th
note
too.
verse strewn throughout. It looks like we are at the phase of the event where we're doing partial song warm-ups to keep things moving.
I actually really like that idea. It's nice to have just enough to get your legs moving and feel comfortable on the cab. You know, give it a good 30, 40 seconds of stomping and then get right into it. Also keeps your energy high of not having to play a full song all the way through and then roll into a potentially 5-song match. That's 2 full sets.
It's a lot of songs. And that's Sirens for song 1. Starting off with this little swing section. Yeah, while a fairly low density chart overall, there are awkward lifts and all manner of spins and turns strewn throughout this song.
I do not agree with these lifts where you have to hit one foot and then lift the other. Well, no, these are fine because they're kind of offset on an 8th note. About halfway through with the song, Dark Aura with a very touch of a lead here.
coming in this little roll section. Handles it very well. I have to keep an eye out. He did miss the first lift in the song, and now they're going to show up in greater force.
Are any of these 4 players ties?
No. All right. And Dark Aura takes game 1. Yeah.
Sorry about that. Tio
We
wanted
just
some,
got inquired about a
yeah.
match conflict. Moving on now to game 2. Saint goes marching.
Very tricky song. Look at all those yellow bars. This song is a continuous speed up squared.
You gotta go faster. Oh, wait, wrong song. You are right. This song is Buns. Those are bunnies marching in the band in the background. During the speed up, you can see the whole band come in.
I believe it's the Cartoon Heroes BGA actually has the bunnies in it too.
Oh, there's a lot of other songs referenced in that background animation as well. Yeah, lots of gallops to start. All right, Dark Aura picking up a couple of off judgments. Cheesecake holding on to a gold combo, building up a slight lead. Coming now into the speed up.
This is where it's going to really prove who can pull ahead here. Every one of those yellow bars is a slight BPM increase, so every time you hit 2 notes here, you got to go faster and faster and faster.
As the band progresses in the background.
Both players navigating pretty well. Cheesecake still holding a slight lead, roughly under 1,000 points.
I think I saw another off judgment on Dark Aura's side.
We're going to end it out with some 16ths.
Cheesecake takes game 2. Both players winning on the other opponent's protect.
I didn't realize that.
Yeah.
That's a trade.
Yeah, those
So-
late judgments really costing the difference there, especially surrounded by a sea of other yellow perfects there for Dark Aura.
Well, that could be a sign that we could go all the way to a game 5 here.
We are at
Both
least
players
going to
trading
game 4.
blows.
Both players taking a little water break before we get in.
After that song, I would too. This song going to be relatively lighter on the notes. Do have some yellows, a little bit of a less BPM, but Saints Go Marching is quite a high BPM once it ramps up fully.
Thinking about scroll speed. All right, here we go for game 3.
These are those same 4-note patterns, but the reverse this time. It's a gallop into a missing note, and then you have the 4 notes.
Cheesecake opening with a solid gold combo.
Miss on Dark Aura's side puts Cheesecake in a solid lead here.
Yeah, very tricky pattern. You have to be mindful where you place your feet, lest you trip any of those mines. Looks like both players are navigating very well, though, so far. Cheesecake not getting tripped up by those little crossover patterns. Building out her lead to still a little over 1,000, it looks like. All right, a center early there for Cheesecake, but holds it through to the last run and closes it out with almost a 2,000-point lead built up near the end.
Great score. Almost a 99.4 on that. 390.
Yeah, really, really good timing overall.
Yeah, very, very good score. All right, let's remember what's in this chart, because I don't.
A good deal of center. This is one of my favorite songs and charts in the game, personally. I'm a big Let's Remember enjoyer. Another one of Naoki's haunting piano tunes.
I remember it now more than I hear it.
Do you remember? I remember. But yes, very syncopated and lots of gallops that will work off of the center panel. So showing that Cheesecake is a little more familiar with this game. I think it's really her game to lose here, if you want my armchair analysis in a sense. But we've seen quite a few surprises already, and the day's only just begun, so many matches left to go. Game 4. Yeah, it's not quite a crossover, but it is this sort of twist to really make sure you don't clip center accidentally. Dark Aura picking up quite a few off judgments there. Cheesecake holding on to the gold combo to start.
Yeah, that was a big knowledge check to start, and it doesn't slow down at all. It's just all center up down, or center up, center down gallops.
Yeah, and the syncopation keeps varying slightly there. You can see alternating between bursts of 3, 5, and 7, and a little bit of a run. Cheesecake picking up her first early, but timing very well on these gallops now.
Cheesecake definitely pulling ahead in the lead here. She's up about 2,000 points right now.
Yeah, building a very good lead as Dark Aura continues to pick up off judgments. Now going into this Mine Pit lift section. Both players handling it very well. See a reprise of those patterns from the beginning. Yeah, Cheesecake picks up another early, but it's not really going to make much of a difference at the very end here as Cheesecake takes the set.
Phenomenal play by Cheesecake.
Yeah, that's difficult to do on command, and that's a very, very respectable spread of judgments.
Yeah, 17, very respectable on that song. All right, let's go ahead and check out the bracket, see what we missed. On the other cab, we had Cydia and Tosh. Tosh took that 3-0-1 over Cydia. And then Ike and Caffeine, oh, sorry, Illy? It's Illy, right? I read it as an I. Illy and Caffeine are about to start their match. Meanwhile, we have Keek and Little Chris on deck.
He looks like it, yeah. As always, if you want to see what's going on the other Yeah, over on twitch.tv/PilotVG, the unmonitored secondary stream, if you want to catch the matches over there. It's a good time they got multi-stream up.
Right.
You don't have us on that broadcast.
It is very dark in here. The lighting was actually tuned for us yesterday. There was like a 15-minute moment where they were just playing with the lights. Like it was like bright, dark, bright, dark. It was like someone just like a kid with the slider switch. But they settled on a very, very comfortable, low light atmosphere. All the games are highly vibrant in here. And I actually got us a laptop, so we have a little bit of brightness to our face. Otherwise, it was
Your
real
other
dark.
option is to, let's say we drag our broadcast over here. It's a little difficult to see the screen now. You can always do, what is it? My personal favorite.
Yeah.
Now we're nice and bright. But it doesn't matter how bright or dark we are on the camera when we switch over to the main view to watch some gameplay.
So it doesn't look like these two players are going to do a warm-up. Music and Police is the first song in their drawn by, or protected by Keek. We are going right into it.
Yeah, both players have been playing for a decent bit already today, so they're probably decently limber, especially if they've been playing across games. So here we go.
You want to do the BGA with me?
You can't see it, but we're running like the cops. All right, Keek building out a small lead here, keeping the combo clean through the first section of the chart. Little Chris, we had noted it yesterday. He plays on a relatively slow scroll speed and no bar. So keeping up very well with the patterns. Keek picks up a miss there, but still holds on to a modest lead coming now into the midsection of the song.
This song really has a reputation for just never slowing down. It's definitely going to be a stamina test for the players.
Yeah, Keek building up a respectable lead to the tune of almost 3,000 points. Yeah, very twisty patterns. You can see Keek opting to double step that. I think Little Chris committing more to the turns, but it's very challenging to keep your timing up, alternating between the 16th gallops and these triplets.
Commanding lead by Keek there. That is true. When you play no bar, you actually stand closer to the screen because you generally find yourself hunching forward a little bit to keep your balance. And so because of that, generally you'll have a slower scroll speed. You have a little bit less time for your eyes to react to that peripheral vision when you're that close, like when your eyes are closer to the screen.
Ah. My heart is ticking like a bomb.
More erotic.
Oh, baby.
I love the erotic catalog of songs in here. Fantastic to see such great throwbacks.
A wonderful, soulful inclusion. Yeah, this will make for a very exciting song 2 right off the bat, as this opens up almost right away with the 16th stream. Hey, 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 hey. Yeah, Keek immediately building up a 1,000-point lead off that intro. Little Chris not too far behind, though, holding on to the combo.
There's going to be a lot of mines in this chart, so it could go either way if any player ends up with a misstep.
I believe all of those mines are aligned with the vocalist saying a bomb.
Oh, really?
I just noticed it the other day.
SMX lore that I did not know.
Maybe not all of them, but
All
I'll
right.
point it out where it's noticeable.
Keek up about 1,600 points at the stop. We're about 50% of the way through the song. Still holding on to a beautiful gold combo. Little Chris picked up a misjudgment in the earlier stage of the song, but trying to claw his way back into the set.
All right, Keek picks up a miss, still holds on to the lead.
Commentator's curse is coming in.
Bomb, bomb, bomb.
Huh.
Bomb, bomb, bomb. Bomb, bomb. All right,
should
Keek
just be
takes
the
game
singer.
2.
14 perfects and a miss to 31.
Absolutely explosive performance.
Very much so. All right, Keek is up 2-0.
Going to nothing gonna stop for game 3. On our way to Rio.
We got a long way if we're gonna get to Rio.
I don't know if we're making it to Rio.
Rio might not be in the cards this match.
I think we're gonna close it out at our connecting flight. All right, game 3. Keek, Little Chris. Drops the hold, maintains the lead.
That was a wild beginning. I can see the determination in both players. They are absolutely trying to win this set.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, Wild 20, I think, is one of the largest difficulty ranges for charts in the game.
It is.
Yeah. Most of the Wild charts, I think, are really in the lower range, and I believe 20 has the most charts.
20 has 113 charts in it.
So there's a wide range of possible styles you could see, and that's where you sometimes see very complex beginnings, like we saw with this chart.
Still right about 1,000-point difference lead in favor of Keek. Lil Chris doing a fantastic job of keeping up a gold combo here. It's going to come down to the ending runs.
Yeah, I can see a reprise of some of that syncopated patterning from the beginning for the outro of this song. All right, very impressive gold combo from Little Chris, but Keek is going to have better overall accuracy and take the set 3-0.
Keek with a great score. Anytime we see 99s is always impressive, especially on 20s, 21s.
I mean, that would have been a gold combo if it were not for that brief drop on the hold right at the very beginning.
I think he went to go step the hold and just
Or
lifted
just
his foot a little too much. Because he was back on it immediately.
Not putting enough pressure down or what have you. You can see that happen.
All right. So over to our chat. We got the match right now between Illy and Caffeine that ran while we were away. Caffeine did take that 3-0, and I see the next set of players up over there. It looks like, oh, that's not the competitors. That's someone else.
I believe that set probably just ended and they're stepping off. We've got 3 potential matches on deck, so we will see.
It looks like Cheesecake and Keek are drawing right now.
Yes.
So I think that's going to be our next match on stream.
And that'll be our pool's winner finals. So congratulations to both Cheesecake and Keek for this bracket. Both players will be advancing to Pool 3. I believe the winner of that set will start on winner side for that pool, and the loser of that set will start loser side for that pool. So it'll be both of those players advancing, and then it will be among Dark Aura attached, Little Chris, and Caffeine to figure out who also advances from loser side in this pool. So 4 players on the loser side. Only one of them can advance.
Yeah, both Cheesecake and Keek are guaranteed an advancement at this point.
Yes. Have it a sip. I believe we are seeing some of our Pool 3 competitors starting to hang around the area. And
I think we're in Pool 4, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so we got a whole nother pool to go before we're up.
Yeah, Twans and I will be playing in Pool 4, scheduled for around 3 o'clock today, I believe.
I actually thought we were going to be playing each other in the first match, but I think some things got changed around last second.
I will simply play whoever is put in front of me. It would be cool to meet in bracket. I don't think we've done that yet.
Yeah, I don't think so, because I've played Jelly twice. I've played Emily 3 times.
Wow, it must be nice to only have to play Emily 3 times.
Emily waxed me 3 times. Are you kidding me?
Do you have any idea what my win rate against Emily is? It's like 0-8. I'm getting beat up.
Yeah. All right, I'm just pulling up the bracket. Yeah, so it looks like bracket 4 with us. We got Emily and Jelly going to play each other.
That's Pool 5.
Oh, this is Pool 5.
Yeah.
Did I miss? I missed. Oh, no. Go back.
Well, we've got a little bit of time, and we're already well acquainted with our competitors. I am curious to see. I think the bracket is on the other monitor, so I cannot quite manipulate it. All right, so I'm playing whoever advances winner's side out of Pool 3.
Yeah, so you don't actually know your match yet. Me and Malia are going to be going up against each other as a first match.
Hot set.
And we have other very big players in our pool.
Kevbo Snowstorm is going to be a barn burner. Good lord.
I got a chance to talk to both of them earlier, and Kevbo said he was excited to have a little fun with StepManiaX. It's definitely not his main game. And he actually told me he was scared of Snowstorm.
As one should be. Snowstorm has gotten much better ever since he acquired a private setup.
That too, and I just want to call out the unbelievable score at B-Hop Ball 4. It was, what's the song that starts, the 23 that starts with an A, with all the centers in it?
A-Sign.
A-Sign, yeah. Sim got 1 perfect on a sign in bracket. Absolutely destroyed his opponent.
That's quite the chart to get it on.
Lost the
match. Put me through the
but
ringer in our 5-game set also, so super strong opponent. I think he's only going to get better.
Yeah, Sim is a force to be reckoned with. I'm so glad to see him at all of these events.
All right, and we are going to get our winner's final match right on stream. Keek Cheesecake. That being said, looking at this set, I do hope we see a little back and forth action as we've got one of the newer additions to the game has shown up in Game 4 for this card.
Oh yeah, last update song. So Can't Let Go is a relatively mild 19. This is a tricky one. It is very, very mild until the ending, and then the ending becomes a giant question
You may
mark.
remember earlier on commentary, I said you can sort 19s into fundamentals-oriented and interesting. This one is very interesting. Although the interesting elements won't come out for a little while. All right, Cheesecake keeping up immaculate timing through the beginning, although she did miss a lift, so that has hurt the score slightly. So yes, just for clarification, this is winner's final of Pool 2. And then the both players will advance here. This is just to determine which side of bracket, winners or losers, they advance to. All right, Cheesecake currently at 0 perfects with 2 missed lifts. Keek trailing behind with a gold combo. All right, and now here's where the chart gets interesting. All right, both players picking up earlies in the center panel sections. Getting through the bracket section, Cheesecake takes game 1.
Test? Oh, okay, cool. I'm back.
Yeah, very good run from Cheesecake there. kind of losing some of that precise timing when the patterning became more vicious around the center panel, but held on quite nicely.
Yeah, toes form for sure on that one. That is an incredibly tricky ending to that song.
Like a ballet dancer.
Yeah, actually. It's good old Jenna Dre.
Ballet form?
So this song,
We're inventing new terms on the stream.
Bobby Lubila.
Now, what was that song you played on the radio that went Bobby Luby La? Or no, was it Luby Bobby Lou?
I'm not sure. So very similar style of charts. Not a terribly hard chart, and it has some very rough runs in this toward the end.
All right, game 2 on Bobby Luby La. I have to read that slower, or else I'm going to trip up.
Right.
Try saying that one 5 times fast.
I'd love to see its Cheesecake out the first 10% with a white combo.
Yeah, there's a lot of these patterns where you kind of go onto the 16th and then you stay there consistently, and very long run.
I still think Cheesecake's at just about 1 perfect, holding a slight lead over Keek. Both players playing fantastic on this song. Still got some more runs to come.
Yeah, it just seems like on every extended 16th pattern, Keek kind of just bleeds yellow perfects, giving Cheesecake just a little bit more of a lead to work with. Not anything massive, but serviceable in case a mistake comes up.
Both
Nailing
players
that run.
nail that.
Wow. Very impressive score on Cheesecake side, the 99.8. 4 yellow.
4 EX, or well, 4 perfect, I should say.
EX score.
Yeah, EX score. 4 EX. I mean, it was an 898. It was 2 points off of a 99.9. I think that's the best score we've seen in the tournament so far.
I don't know. I think we've seen some higher scores on the lower side.
Did we?
Yeah, I think we had a couple of 1 perfects.
I didn't get a chance to watch all of the lowers yesterday. I had to compete in DDR for a little while.
I suppose the question here really is, do you value the precision on harder content more than the precision on lower content?
Well, I think you know what the answer is for both of us.
I'm not going to say it out loud on stream. Lots
No, just
of
very impressive.
Lots of very good scores and very impressive games so far.
This is kind of a mix-up to the last 2 songs I just played. They had very straightforward beats, and disco is a little bit more out there.
This has got some interesting patterns in it. It's a very fun 21. All right, game 3. Remember, you have to cross over when it says in the fat.
This is a tricky part with the mines. Both players fantastic.
Left arrow, jackhammer too. That gold combo's at the halfway mark, but Keek with a slight lead on this one. Slips behind, hitting some early yellows at the end of that 16th stream.
Cheesecake pulling ahead on that stream. So we had a couple of slipped judgments there on Keek's side. Very, very tight, 25% left to go. The roll there. Cheesecake back in the lead. Keek back in the lead.
And Keek takes game 3
By 27? 27 points.
Very slim margin.
16 to 13. Gotta love SMX scoring.
Yeah, classic.
All right, I'm so excited we get to see one of the brand new songs. Falling in Love Again, Naoki song, released in the latest updates. It's only about 2 weeks old at this point, right?
Yes, a little over 2 weeks old. The clause for the tournament is material needs to be out for at least 2 weeks to be tournament legal, and this song meets the criteria. So very cool that we are seeing the new material here, as they are very interesting and challenging charts. Bringing back another Naoki featuring a Paul Terry song. A little bit of a modern twist. But yes, as I had mentioned before, this is a very challenging 20, in my opinion. And it's new. So less time to study and work on it compared to other material in the game. Getting into game 4.
Cheesecake taking the slight lead over Keek here. It's going to be a little bit of a chill section. A lot of centers going on. The song will start to ramp up as we move on. But, and as I said, that Keek just barely pulled ahead back into the lead. I have a feeling these players are going to trade blows all through this song.
Yeah, both players seem to be locked in on the patterning, just occasionally picking up off judgments and swinging the margin one way or the other. Cheesecake picking up both an early and a miss somewhere in that
Big
run.
stumble.
Oh, a couple more judgments. This is giving Keek a lead to work with. Cheesecake is going to forfeit that match. Yeah, it looks like reading it way too fast for her scroll speed. Keek is going to play it out. Yeah.
Well, with that, Keek takes it. So we are 2-2 in winners finals of Pool 2.
So we're going to game 5.
Rolling into game 5. With how close this match has been, I want to see this trade back and forth. All right, Keek picking up the first perfect, which gives Cheesecake the lead. Cheesecake in a white combo.
Yeah, lots of rhythmic changes kind of following the rap in the background.
So I saw one perfect on Cheesecake's side that swung back to Keek and then immediately back to Cheesecake. I think we're in for an exciting song here. Both players tied. We couldn't have asked for a better finals here.
It's so close.
It's swapping back and forth. They're tied again. Keek ahead at the end of that run, 20% left.
These players are locked in. Wow.
What an incredible score. 99-8 from Keek to take the set 3
Set comeback from
to
Keek.
2.
Wow. That set went all kinds of different directions.
All right, so that puts us at Cheesecake making it out of pool as the winner. She's going to advance to SMX Pool 3 on winner's side. Keek advancing on the loser's side. We had, who's that? Dark Aura and Tosh are playing on the second cab right now. Doesn't have an updated score for the sets, and I think we're going to run Lil Chris and Caffeine on our side right now. So, and maybe we'll get losers finals on this side as well.
Yes, whatever match is available, we will see.
Yeah, 'cause they'll finish.
Alternatively, I do know in the interest of keeping things moving, we've occasionally had play between, like cross-pool play occur. So if there are matches in Pool 3 that could be up on deck, that could be run, we may start to see some Pool 3 bleed in.
Gotcha.
But that being said, I'm already excited for this set. We got some very interesting cards drawn in. Our players are working on getting logged in.
Stasis, come on.
They go into team mode.
That would be funny. Would that be legal? Can we do a team warm-up in bracket?
Love Arcade 1 had that.
It was very encouraged at Love Arcade 1.
It was a good time.
All right, I believe this is going to be a half-song warm-up for both the players just to get their legs warm.
So looking at this card draw, Caffeine has gone for a Protect on Op 13, which is the hardest thing in this draw in terms of difficulty. very interesting chart. Curious to see these players tackle it. Little Chris with the pocket pick stop and go. A man after my own heart, I see.
Oh yeah, pocket pick. Nice to see.
So I guess we'll go ahead and clarify as well for anyone who did not catch the explanations yesterday. Every player has special actions they can use once per tournament. The one most notable, you're probably going to see it a lot in the draw because it's noted specifically. Pocket pick allows you, in place of your protect, to insert a song of your choice. So players will use this to pull out favorites or comfort picks that they can use to leverage a strong selection against their opponent. So, as a huge stop and go enjoyer myself, I'm thrilled to see it here.
So a 22 on the upper echelon of the difficulty pool. This one's got a lot of tricky minds in it, a bunch of really awkward syncopations, some interesting patterns. This is definitely a song that is going to get us kicked off with this set.
You're also going to see coming up shortly a mixture of both 16ths and triplets. Yeah, very challenging run to time. Caffeine picking up a miss there on the patterning involved.
Caffeine having a slight lead here.
Hanging on to a slight lead there.
All right, here we got the mines coming in.
Yeah, really used to just accentuate the jumps there. Caffeine came prepared. Ludicrous picking up a number of off judgments there. Caffeine taking that with a healthy margin.
Very solid score. Very tough song, too.
Yeah, no, respectable to push through and get the clear on it.
All right, now I am very excited to see this next one. Little Chris with the very gimmicky stop and go pocket pick. I think this is going to be a great chance for him to even out the match. And hopefully we'll see another match that goes all the way to a game 5.
Yeah, especially, I imagine this has got to be a sight read for Caffeine.
Now, Caffeine's not a big SMX player, is he?
I'm not aware of any extended play history on his side. But yes, so stop and go boasts the most BPM stops in the game at 23 total. And while there's a lot of stops in this game, which are relatively simple, it's mostly for a whole number of beats, and then you just kind of pick up right where the downbeat resumes in the music. Stop and go has got patterns and stops in it which are unintuitive and fall on awkward beats as well. So very difficult thing to sight read. So we'll see, because I think Chris is largely looking for the knowledge check for Caffeine to just get enough off judgments to not keep up with whatever Chris can get from a consistent full combo run. Starting to get now into the first set of stops. Everything here is fairly reasonable, just, 2 beat stops. It's this next phrase after this little guitar slide that they start to get a little more off kilter and harder to time. Like that. Yeah, Caffeine is consistently going late, so it means he's definitely reacting to all of those stops and not intuitively hitting them.
Little Chris with the lead, but just barely.
Lead is trading. But some of those misses are really tragic.
It's still really close.
Yeah, no, Little Chris, although he has a little more chart knowledge on hand, his execution has not been completely perfect either, so keeping it well within margin, but very end of the chart, I think it's going to be very difficult to make it back up.
Got
and
him.
Little Chris takes it with about an 800-point lead. Yeah, having a little discussion on the pads, I think it's basically just confirming what we could have figured out from the surrounding context, purely a knowledge check at this level of play.
There isn't a ton of songs with big gimmicks in it like that. I think it's like that. Was it Galactical?
Galactical has got a fair number of stops in it, but it's really just one particular phrase. It's not like this where the whole chart is centered around that concept.
Kind of just whacked the whole way through. All right, back to something a little more standard in the heat of the night. Very straightforward 20.
I need to see how the players react to the presence of these little, 16th note mini jackhammers strewn throughout. So the song has got a couple of extended runs and then these, little jackhammers as well. So it's...
Oh, that's right, it has the mini jacks in it.
Yes. It can be appreciably difficult to execute, but I think players of these calibers will probably be able to see that and react accordingly.
Caffeine starting out really strong with the mini jacks. Had a white combo. Down to a goal, but still in the lead.
Still hit every mini jack so far with great precision. Little Chris not too far behind though, just picked up some off judgments, just trailing a little bit behind the score, but it's really just one mistake away from reclaiming the lead. Garcia build it now into another 16th note run. Caffeine is nailing these runs.
He is locked in. Little Chris did slip another misjudgment, but trying his best to fight back here.
Excellent score from Caffeine on that. Keeping it clean, adapted to what it threw at him very well.
It only gets better from here.
actually feel the melody is there too.
Oh,
But you're right. In game 4, it will get better.
it will get better.
This is already a good match. I don't know what it'll take to make it even better. Both our players taking a little water break before diving into this game 4.
All right, it's 2-1 in favor of Caffeine over Lil Chris. This is losers quarters. Both players off to a strong start. Caffeine.
So that's a little bit of a spin. It looks like Caffeine was all in on it until realizing it was a spin, mispositioned, and picked up the late there. So seceding a small lead to Little Chris for the time being, who picks up another early and throws the lead back over the fence. So very close game we've got.
Lots of center notes holds here, which are going to be very tough to execute.
Yeah, it looks like Caffeine picks up a held miss or so on one of those centers. But still well posed to hold on to the lead. I believe you're just going to see a reprisal of those like gallop patterns coming into the back half for the last quarter of the chart.
Caffeine just locked in right now.
All right, it looks like Caffeine will be making his way into the losers final of this pool against Touch, the winner of which advances to pool 3.
So definitely shows how good a player Caffeine is. Got knowledge checked a little bit by the spin, got knowledge checked by the centers, but absolutely destroyed that chart.
Now, and I think the more he plays, the more comfortable he gets, because look at that 4 perfect
Yeah,
run
every time we
otherwise.
see him go up, it's just better and better and better scores.
Figuring out the game. But I want to take a second to shout out Little Chris, starting all the way from pool 1 and making a very solid run through pool 2, almost within striking range of advancing again. So a very significant showing from a Texas player who came out here from the very bottom and made a statement. So absolutely incredible gameplay so far from yesterday and today.
All right, real quick while our players draw. Ooh, we're on the next we're on the next bracket already.
Well, we already know most
Yeah.
of the other outcomes, and we know our final match will be Caffeine versus Touch for Pool 2. So why don't we take a look at Pool 3 and see what awaits us?
Cool. So pool 3. See who we got around. I see Master Jack is sitting there.
We got a lot of Pool 3 already showing up. So in fact, I think we might actually get a Pool 3 match right now.
Yeah, it looks like Smory and Casey was like are on the pads. So yeah, so it looks like spot C is going to be the match that we're going to be broadcasting here in just a moment. But yeah, as you mentioned, Tosh went 3-0 against Dark Aura, and that's going to put Tosh and Caffeine on the second machine in losers finals to be advancing to this pool in what looks like, is it O at the bottom there? Right, yeah.
Yes. I'm not sure if we're seeing other matches or if we are... No, Corey is not playing yet.
No, Corey's not playing yet.
Because I saw Corey, Big Matt, and I'm like, those are Pool 3 names. But no, we got some heavy hitters in this pool. We're also looking at a couple of other cross-game participants. I believe Kingley is more of a Vimani player, typically, when it comes to rhythm games. Tommy doesn't miss, big name in the ITG scene. Andrew, significant presence for DDR as well. So Pool 3 is where we are going to see some cross-game talent who typically can perform well enough in this game to compete at a higher level, come in and make an appearance.
Smori's already playing the warm-up on the song. I'm going to go ahead and hop out here. I'm going to trade out for MCAT. MCAT's going to go ahead and commentate Pool 3 here with Pilot.
Excellent.
So it was a lot of fun. I'll be playing here after this pool, and then hopefully I'll be back on the mic for top 8.
All right. Thank you for joining me, Chwans. We'll see you soon. .100 difference on the warm-up. I was so invested in the outcome of that warm-up. Always very exciting to see Smori play in tournament. Newer face of the tournament circuit, around 10 years old, one of our youngest players in the broader community. Very much a spectacle to see him play harder level material, which he is very capable of scoring well on, as you saw with that clean run on the GOAT. All right. So we are getting now into game 1 of our set, and Casey was like versus Smori, and joining me on comms is MCAT.
Hello, everyone. We had some really hype matches today so far, so excited for this.
Honestly, by virtue of Smori playing, I think any set he plays is
Yes.
very hype. Both players around the halfway mark, holding on to the gold combo overall. Casey having slightly better timing at the moment.
Yeah.
Just Smori trailing along. There's more yellow perfects, but very much within striking distance. Makes a mistake, could take the lead back.
Yeah, this is a really stamina-intensive song too.
Yeah, very straightforward patterning. A couple of movements where you really need to kind of twist your hips around to keep following the pattern, but nothing too demanding technically.
Wow.
But Casey was like rolling up with the Hex Star on Hero of the Night.
Yeah.
Very impressive.
That's really good.
Yeah, so that was Smori's Protect. I think that fits well with the skill set he excels at.
Yeah.
And now going into Ann Casey was like Protect on Why Don't You?
This is certainly a chart.
Very telling that you start looking in the 23 folder for it.
Yeah. It's really awkward. So.
Getting into game 2 here. Getting into this very difficult freeze arrow section.
Once you get past this part, it's a little bit easier to execute, but this part's really tough.
Smori holding on with a full combo as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, Casey picks up some off judgments, the miss. Smori not too far behind. Coming now into this very difficult center drill section.
Looks like Casey picked up another miss.
Smori picking up some misses on the jumps there. Yeah, very respectable run there from Smori.
Yeah.
Really keeping it clean on some of the most difficult twists and turns in the charts. Casey taking a little bit of damage on those patterns in particular, but holding on to much tighter overall timing.
Yeah. It definitely, like, maintaining a full combo on that for that long is really impressive. And next we have Bumblebee.
Very much a Sonic and difficulty departure from the rest of this
Yes.
draw.
One of these does not belong.
Someone pull up K-Turns edit, which emulates the TikTok dance steps.
Oh my gosh, I didn't know that was a thing.
That's a thing.
Now I need to play that.
But this is not TikTok dance grade charting here. We got something a little more intense for our tournament environment with the official wild chart.
Both players are about at like 100 points. or so with each other. Very close.
Yeah, both players sustaining their gold combos through this triplet section, or triples, I should say. Musically, they're 16s. All right, very respectable 99 for both players. That's and Casey was like who was going to eke out the set victory overall.
I believe this is Smori's second tournament?
Behind
so.
Love Arcade 2, yes.
Yes, yeah.
Now he's very much a very capable player, especially at the upper
yeah.
end content. He's got a lot of energy and very good form for a small child playing Novar.
Yes.
We typically see him play. His overall accuracy is not as tight as some of the other players are. You could see, for example, the significant timing difference between Hero of the Night, between Casey and Smori. But I think it's just a matter of time before he develops better precision skill set. And then he'll be truly a force to be reckoned with in a pool like this. But he's far from out. Very much a viable competitor amongst his peers here in Pool 3, and in the double-in tournament, still has another shot at it. So we will definitely see him again. I'd be very surprised if we relegated him to the side stream for any match.
Yes. Yeah, he's really good at upper level. I forget which song he played. I think it was like Love Arcade. He did a showcase, and it was really impressive. Especially that Novar tech is crazy. Love it.
Yeah, I believe he's got a couple of 25s and possibly a 26 under his belt.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, over on the secondary stream, I believe we will be seeing Rugard versus Shinobi, if you are looking for more incredible gameplay. But I think right now on stream, we are going to get Big Matt and JoJo. Jojo X.
Ooh, let's look at their... Wow. This is a fun card draw.
That card draw is quirky.
Oh, yeah.
But before I get into the card draw, just a little background on these players. Big Matt, a longtime player across many different dance games, really putting up a lot of very good performances as of late. So he's really starting to develop affinity for this more like mid-range wild content.
Yeah.
Getting really good as of late. And JoJo has some presence, I believe, over in DDR. And additionally, I believe, had a very strong showing in this year's IPL over on the ITG Mania side. So lots of four-panel experience. Not a lot on SMX, but I'm certain a player of his caliber in other games can work out how to optimize for this game. Seeing that these players have selected to hard difficulty to start, I think we're going to see a warm-up probably on the lower end.
Yeah, let's go.
Big boss.
Big boss. This is honestly such a good warm-up song, despite my bias of the song. But
what a joy.
Yeah. On any difficulty, like 1821, it's good to like get you moving.
Very, very fun charge, very fun song.
Yeah.
Make sure you do the very elaborate power routine in the background.
Yes.
Yeah, we got a big crowd drawn around SMX. Some very excited flag waving.
This is hype.
Representing home countries in the background. All our competitors on deck. So yes, looking at the card draw, JoJo goes for the villain protect. I'm very excited to see that play.
Yeah, I'm excited to see that as well.
I'm not certain if it's the best choice for someone who's less familiar with the game, but we'll see how that one plays out. Big Matt going for the insane protect. I think that's a solid pick in its own right. Probably with Nightmare, Stomp Me, and Show You Love, which is a very interesting spread of 21s.
It looks like they banned Dopamine and Need You. Yeah,
I can see Big Matt taking out something in the draw that's a little more challenging to time
Yeah.
compared to other material, and JoJo taking out the hardest thing in the draw given a lack of familiarity with the game, as
Yeah.
some of our other cross-game entrants have demonstrated.
Yeah, that definitely makes sense. Whoa, that's awesome. Big Matt almost getting an APC on that.
Yeah,
In
he's
the
not
warm-up.
seeming too happy about the one perfect on it.
Yeah.
Held that pace for quite a long time, though. As you can see, though, JoJo's putting up some pretty good timing. Just, you see a whole cluster of earlies right at the very beginning. He's getting familiar with the game.
It can be hard to adjust to, especially if you're coming from another dance game or another tournament. It's sometimes really hard to adjust to another setup.
Yeah. And we're going to see quite the challenging adjustment to be made with Villain
With Villain.
played as the first song. So,
Yep.
as someone who can claim to be the best player in the world for this chart. So, Villain is a low BPM K-pop song with a lot of patterns that are very syncopated, very awkward to execute, and most critically, very heavily following the vocals.
Yeah.
So, the human voice is not a precise synthesizer instrument or the like. And so following the vocals, you can feel like you're drifting all over the place in this chart.
Is it? It's like towards the end as well, right? With like, it feels like kind of drifty, or am I mistaken?
Villain has a couple of very noticeable shifts in feel throughout it, so
Yeah.
staying locked into the timing window on this chart is exceptionally challenging, and there are really good players who struggle to keep this clean.
Yeah.
And a couple of other very interesting patterns to execute here, so I'm curious to see how these players handle this chart. Immediately going into these swing patterns. The tide game out the gate. So yeah, shifting between that like triplet swing and these 16 patterns is going to be one of the big defining features of this chart. Big Mac getting the patterns just a little backward on those early 16 streams, giving JoJo a little bit of a lead to work with. Watch out for the lifts.
Oh. Those lips are rough.
Yeah, very twisty section with some mind-enforced crossovers. JoJo getting tripped up on one of those patterns, though. Picks up a miss, swings the lead back to Big Matt. As you see more of those shifts, and then get ready for the funny gray note.
Oh my gosh, it's so close. Here comes the really fun part.
Syncopation shifts again for these gallops. Now the outro goes back to just 16ths only. Kind of gotten through all of the exceptionally difficult material at the time. Just have to be mindful of the footwork here.
Oh gosh, it's swung back.
And it's going to be JoJo who ultimately takes it to the tune of 1 point.
1 point? Oh my gosh. Just 1 point. Oh my gosh.
The audience is enthralled.
That was crazy. Wow.
1 point on Villain to open the match is crazy.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, that's insane.
Villain. I would even say that was insane.
That was insane.
And you know what else is insane? That everyone forgets the alpha.
Yep.
Nah, I'm just being funny. That's insane.
That's insane. I'm trying to remember. I think this chart's pretty straightforward, if I remember correctly.
It's fairly straightforward.
Yeah.
The biggest defining feature of it is like a extended run in the middle of it.
Yeah. Oh, that's right.
All right, getting into game 2 here. Very close game so far with the lead trading back and forth. JoJo likely to have a slight lead coming into the build-up to the run. Big Matt picks up a miss. Increasing density 16s. Here comes the run. Both players hit it. JoJo getting twisted up by that center panel pattern there. Still holding on to a very tenuous lead.
Oh, Big Matt's side is flashing a little bit too, so
It's
very
going to
close.
be absurdly close.
Oh my gosh. Oh my.
The margins continue to be
This is
single
crazy.
point.
This is such a good matchup. Oh my gosh. Oh.
First it was 1, now it is 6.
Oh my goodness. Nightmare's gonna be interesting for the third song because of the slowdown. So I'm really curious who's gonna win this one.
That being said, I think Big Matt really needs to lock in and clean up any mistakes in his gameplay and crush the remainder of the set if he wants to win it, given that JoJo, I think, is only just going to get more familiar with the game and its quirks as the set drags on. And Stop Me and Show You Love, I think, are very tame in terms of SMX-specific tech, so really needs the momentum swing here. Not only just to stay alive, but also to more favorably set up the back half of the set, so...
I believe this one starts with a slowdown, right? Or
No.
No, it's
this,
in the. Is
this
it towards
does
the
have a
middle?
minor slowdown
Yeah.
in it, but it's not for any extended duration.
That's right.
Yeah, a little bit of a rocky start there for Big Matt.
I believe it comes in here. Yeah.
Good timing from both players on the slowdown. It's only about a 500-point difference coming out of the slowdown. Very difficult run coming up. Mixing in those triplets for additional syncopation difficulty. Now getting into these runs using her rolls. Basically an eighth note pattern where you want to fill in the last note with the roll. Yeah, very difficult kind of cross under there on the center.
Yeah.
Big Matt picks up a miss. JoJo continues to keep the run clean. Yeah, JoJo gold combos, Nightmare. Very impressive. If he's not if that's a slight read, that's very impressive.
That
I
is
think.
very impressive.
So he's setting up for a really strong run through this pool. So I'm hoping to see more great gameplay from him as this event drags on. We're going to see who's up next. All right, so while we're waiting for our opponents to hop up, we'll go ahead and switch over to the bracket view. So we got some card draws going on. Not sure if we're going to allocate any matches to the second machine at this time. I see some setup occurring on the cab. So we'll see who we get next.
Yeah, I think a lot of the players in this pool are in other tournaments too, so we might be waiting for some of them to finish up their other games.
Yeah, I do think we're making solid pace
Oh, yeah.
on the schedule, so I don't think we're going to see any massive delays
Oh, yeah.
incurred at least. But we are seeing some login happening. And again, we've had some slow cab internet throughout the day today.
Yeah.
You're going to see Ann Casey was like back up against that Corrido.
Nice. See their draw.
Hopefully get the
Yeah.
match sent to us shortly.
Ooh, okay.
This is definitely, okay, Crab Rave is 100% the warm-up from Corey.
Yeah.
All right, so, wow, what a treat. Another stop and go. We saw it earlier as a pocket pick from Little Chris, and now we're seeing it as Casey was legs protect. That Corrido going for the bang, bang, bang protect. With the potential to see, I think, one of our first 23s in this tournament with July Redux at the back end of this set.
That's a tough one too.
Yeah, so that being said, Corey here as a New Jersey player himself, I would hope, being in this region, he knows his stop and go. I imagine Casey probably very confident on it if he's willing to protect it himself.
Given two and wow, Given two and big blue bouncy ball were vetoed, and they're both really gimmicky charts, which is funny. But yeah. I'm excited to see the stop and go.
We love stop and go here.
Yes.
All right, a nice, modest warm-up on Crab Rave. And we are back to the traffic jam.
Yes.
It really is a jam. All right, so quick little primer. We did go over stop and go earlier. Most stops in the game at 23 stops total of increasing difficulty as the chart goes on.
Both players seem really familiar with the first set of stops.
Yeah, these are all fairly tame given that they're just like basic 2-beat, you know,
Yeah.
on the downbeat. It's this section where the stops really get difficult with the awkward stops and starts. Both players seem to be very comfortable on it. I feel like Corey was more noticeably tripped up on it. Doesn't get that stopped super well. So it's Casey at this long break in the song, holding on to about a 700-point lead. All right, gets the resuming of the song after that stop wrong, but still holds on to a very slight lead about where it was. Corey picking up some more off judgments. All right,
Oh,
Casey
wow.
closing
Yeah.
it out, confidence showing the 99. I think Corey had pretty good accuracy on that throughout, but just
Yeah.
did not have a couple of those stops nailed down. And you really just needed one bad stop and getting on the wrong foot when it resumes to lose your lead on that chart.
Yeah. That makes sense. There's that one part where it feels like it's going to be a stop, but it keeps going as well. It's easy to trip up on.
Yeah, now Corey's protective bang, bang, bang
Ooh.
comes into play. So Corey has a lot of time spent, I know, working on these more like niche, difficult charts, some of which have very weird patterns or syncopation.
Yeah.
And this is one of them. This is a very, very difficult swing chart for its level range. Including some very interesting off-quant notes throughout the chart. And these kind of twisty patterns with mines surrounding them to enforce movement.
I guess they're gallops. Well, they're both tied right now. Ooh.
Wow, that's spicy.
This is very spicy. Wow.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, very.
Yeah.
That vocal part really kind of falls off the main grid of the beat. Casey going very early in that section and giving the lead back to Corey for the last quarter of the chart. Corey picks up some manner of off judgment, making this margin really slim right at the very end. But he's going to pull it out by 44 points.
That was really close.
Both players taking the win on their protect going into game 3.
Both players had really solid timing on that too.
That means we
Really
have
good.
no choice but to get down now.
Yes.
Not a bad place to head to after you've gotten through a bunch of gallops, as this is a very gallop-intense 20.
Yes.
Much easier
remember
of the
now.
time in comparison to Bang Bang Bang. Game 3 on Young Forever.
Both players have really strong timing on the intro.
Yep. Corey keeping it clean to begin. Casey not too far behind. Yeah, must be a difference in perfects as Corey's first perfect sunders the lead over to Casey was like. Very much just one mistake away from it shifting once again. Going into the gallops.
Oh no, Corey.
Corey does not get that syncopated jackhammer correct. Surrendering a pretty big lead to Casey was like.
Yeah.
Very nice
Wow.
6-star to take game 3 there.
Now we're gonna get down.
Oh yeah. I don't know. I don't think I can dance to this.
The sample in this really makes me laugh every time. Right there. Okay.
Yeah, the chorus of the song kind of has a check out my beat, it's fire vibe to it,
Yeah.
but it does make for a very interesting chart. Even more gallops, these little mini jackhammers. Casey's struggling with those. Now going into this like slow 16th stream. It's going to get increasingly twistier as it goes on. A little bit of a crossover. Into a lot of step jumps.
Yes. They're really fast too.
Yeah, Corey came prepared, holding on to his gold combo through that first set of step jumps. Yeah, this is a very twisty section if you do it as intended. I think both players are looking to just to double step to keep their precision up through it. Yeah, Corey Gold coming out of that section, building up about a 1,000-point lead to work with. Casey committing to the turns more though. Oh, look at that footwork.
Yeah, Corey's pretty locked in.
Very nice,
Wow.
99.5 from Corey. That's a really good score for that chart.
Oh, can I make it? I might try. Sorry.
Okay, so you just need to one song just for the right one song.
And we are going to game 5.
Okay, I will do
Yeah, so this should be very interesting because I'm under the impression that Casey's like a very fundamentally strong player when it comes to content, seeing that when the material was more straightforward and in his wheelhouse, he really crushed it on scores. It's on this more SMX like specific gimmicky charts with the obsession of stop and go that Corey's really been nailing. So we should see how July Redux goes, as it is a fairly straightforward chart that kind of blends in SMX's specific implementation of roles in a unique way.
It's pretty stamina intensive as well. Has a fairly big stream. So
It's got a couple of
Yeah.
streams of note in it,
yeah.
with one particular quirk, which we'll get to very shortly, as
Yeah.
we're going right into game 5. Yeah, getting
Casey
those
picked up an early.
center panel patterns a little off. You get a bit of a break here before we then get back into some 16th, well, not quite yet. More just 8th note build up. I believe we are due for a run. Yeah, that run can be very difficult because there is a section of it is substituted for a roll. You lose some information on where your timing is, so you don't have immediate visual feedback like the judgment zone is for your timing. Still a really, really close game overall. Casey going early though. One more run to close out the chart. Picks up the up arrow miss. So Corey takes game 5 with a really, really good score on that chart.
That was a really hype match.
Great set from Corey.
Yeah. That was really intense.
Yeah, pulled it together exactly where it mattered most. All right, congratulations. That being said, I need a few moments to take care of some things on my end, and then I'm hoping I can get a couple of games in on another cabinet or another game here to get warmed up as I am playing in the pool after this. So I will be stepping back from comms for a brief moment. So thank you for joining me on the commentary desk. I leave it with the next set of capable hands on the stream.
right, we have our next match starting. Andrew versus Shinobi. All right. So we have our warm-up song, Pump the Rhythm. It's a hype warm-up. We're about to move into the card draw. First up, we have Bubbles versus Shinobi's Protect. Then we have Andrew's Protect, Justify My Love. Then we'll have Summer in Seattle. I cannot pronounce that. Katyusha, I think. And then Trigger. So this is a very interesting set. Bubbles is a very interesting 22. So looks like Andrew picked up a miss. Shinobi has a lead right now. All right. Looks like Shinobi took that one. Won her protect. Nice job. Next song we're moving on to is Justify My Love. All right, second song, best of 5. Both players have a really strong start. Intro the song. Very close. Andrew pulls ahead with a slight lead. Still extremely close. We're gonna head into the last part of the song. It's gonna be extremely close. Wow, just over 100-point difference. Andrew takes the second song. Next, we're moving into Summer Night in Seattle by Jenna Dre. Is the 20. This chart is very interesting. It has a lot of difficult patterns to execute for a 20, especially with like the mine pits, which you have to avoid. So it's gonna be an interesting song. Couple lifts thrown in here. Both players have a really strong start to the song. Shinobi is pulled ahead a little bit. And here's where we come into the mine pit section of the song. It's mostly just on the center panel, but it can be hard to dodge if you're trying to like time this. Some little crossover patterns there. All right, and then Shinobi pulls ahead and wins song 3. Wow, 11 to 12. With a couple lates and misses from Andrew. That was still very close. Next, we're moving on to Katyusha. I think that's how you say it. This 21's pretty fun. Lots of interesting syncopated notes. Overall, a straightforward chart, so. We have lots of fans cheering on the players in the background. It's hype. Have a beginning, a small stream there. Andrew just pulled ahead a little bit. They're still very close. Just a couple perfects apart. Probably about 100 or so points apart. Oh, and then Andrew picked up a miss on that bracket jump. So Shinobi pulled ahead. We have one stream there. Couple more bracket jumps towards the end of the song. And Shinobi takes it to win the set. Very good timing, both players. Awesome job. This means Shinobi advances to the winners. Oh my gosh, winner's semifinal. Let's see who's next up on cab 1.
If I miss sending the song draw, let me know.
It's fine.
If I miss sending a song
Yeah, I will. Who's next? Oh, okay.
All right, I'll hop back on for a bit.
Welcome back.
Very much not an environment conducive to trying to warm up on things.
Yes.
So.
Well, I think they're running some matches on the second cab
Yes.
still. Yeah, so it can be hard to fit in a warm up.
Especially if the schedule begins to slip ever so slightly, then we'll probably need to start running other pools in advance to keep pace. So
Yeah.
just gotta wait my turn, I suppose.
Yeah, we did that too with women's and non-binary last night. Started running some of the uppers matches on the other cab.
No reason not to if you were
yeah,
in a
if you have two
situation
cabs,
to facilitate it.
Definitely use them. we're waiting on a draw. It's gonna be Shinobi and Dak Horido.
Ah, that's a fight.
That's a fight. They've gone back and forth a lot. It's gonna be really close, I feel. I'm really excited to see the draw.
I don't like to talk because I don't want to influence like any talking.
Yeah, so kicking it back over to the bracket view real quick, I believe. Do we have a match going on the other machine?
Yes, I believe
Yes.
it's
Regard and Tatch.
yeah,
Okay.
River and Tatch.
So those two are currently playing. It looks like that was just their warm-up. That's over on the secondary stream, pinned in the chat if you'd want to look at it for yourself. And Zemcat had mentioned, we're waiting on Shinobi, Dak Horido to begin.
Yeah, Shinobi's playing really good today.
I see the 3-1 over Andrew. That's very impressive.
Yeah, her timing is really good.
A 3-0 over Regard, very good.
Yeah. She's also in Pump and Women's Pump today as well. So she's been running the tournament gauntlet.
Yeah, nice and
Yeah.
warmed up.
Yep.
And
Yep.
although I know she does spend a lot of time playing Pump It Up.
Yes.
Definitely very well acclimated with SMX specifically and capable of doing immense damage in bracket when given the appropriate momentum. So very exciting fight because I know both these players are really playing at the top of their game so far.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Corey's match is super hype, too. And it went to 5 songs, which is always hype. Oh, wow. Okay, here's our
Licky.
Licky.
Skypick Licky.
That's such a good song.
Well, actually it was Shinobi. This guy being that Corrido picked Shusha.
Yeah.
Then we have a Y2Z, Fall Silently, Don't Want to Fall.
Ooh, this is a very interesting set.
It's a lot of falling at the end of that set.
Yeah. I get it. Yeah, fall silently, I don't want to fall. It'd be funny if they were swapped. Are we doing a Sweet World warm-up? Oh my gosh.
Warm up.
Hype.
What are you, me? I believe Shinobi very recently played, so she may be opting to just relax on this one.
Valid strategy, especially if you're in multiple tournaments.
Yeah, just moving a little to keep warm.
Yeah.
It is Corey who's committing to playing the warm-up out. I am certain that we will see this chart later on in the tournament, given how unique it is.
It's a fun pick for sure.
All right, that'll be the end of that warm-up.
First up is Licky.
Licky. Yeah, another one of those deceptively difficult 20s, I feel.
It is, because
it's got a couple of...
the streams are kind of, like, difficult. I don't know.
I was going to say, it's got a few streams of note throughout the chart, and a couple of syncopated patterns in isolation that are surprisingly challenging in their own right.
Yeah.
So there's a lot going on here for what seems to be a relatively modest 20 for a jaunty little tune, if you will.
It's a banger. We love crispy charts.
All right, coming into the first run.
Is that stream?
These players are tied coming out of
Oh
the
my
stream.
goodness. Yeah. Both are super locked in right now. Corey has a slight lead right now.
It's about a 2 yellow lead. Coming up now into the next run. I believe we are going to see one more run to close out the chart momentarily.
Is that final? Oh no, Shinobi picked up an early.
Picks up an early on that center right towards the end.
Wow.
I think Corey had still held on to a very slight, like 2 to 3 perfect lead for most of the song leading up to that,
Wow,
but
5 to 7. It's still super close.
the early just seals it, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But still plenty of room. This is a best of 5, so plenty of room for Shinobi to claw back. Just need to get through, I think, what is probably the hardest section of this set. Shusha to Y2Z is a little brutal.
Yeah.
Fall silently is very hard, but in terms of game 5s, you can do a lot worse than I don't want to fall. So we'll see where we go from here, game 2.
Both players are extremely close right now. Keeps going back and forth.
Yeah, Corey has slightly better precision overall, but picked up an early somewhere along the way. Shinobi also picking up an early. So slight lead to Shinobi after the first quarter of the chart. Just started kind of on the wrong foot. That pattern's a little ambiguous. Really getting into the key focus of the chart here, which are these very long drills.
Here's the drill coming up. Wow.
Shinobi's locked in.
Yes. Shinobi's nailing these drills.
Yeah, Corey had a rougher first 2 drills, but then looks like he got the others clean as well. So still keeping just a very modest lead.
Shinobi picked up a late.
Yeah, late on the left arrow there. Just sort of not in perfect position. Crossover gallops.
Players are still very close. Corey does have the lead overall, but
The lead is still
yeah.
fairly slight. I don't think it's quite a runaway victory for him. All right, good 9 dodge at the end. Yeah, ends that with a respectable lead there, about 1,300 or so points.
Yeah.
Yeah, just a little bit cleaner overall. Shinobi picking up some more off judgments on some of the more difficult to execute patterns, but still a very strong showing from her side.
Definitely. Next up, we have Y2Z, which it does have that stop, I believe, like towards the middle-ish.
Yeah,
so that'll be
very
interesting. Yeah.
very much a knowledge check.
Yeah.
The stop itself is not particularly
Yeah.
rhythmically difficult. It's a kind of a mind pattern around it that makes it particularly uncomfortable. Now, there are a fair bit of patterns in Y2Z which are mind enforced, so you need to make sure you're following the chart appropriately. Otherwise, I think it's relatively
It's not bad.
It's like accessible for a 22. I don't think it's particularly difficult for its range, but just definitely somewhere where you can make a very significant mistake and lose a lot of points if you are not familiar. All right, our players are good to go. Get a fist bump, a little laughing, a little banter, get on to game 3. Remember, it's going to start. This quick little pause. Yeah, you can see there where those mines being placed where they are. You kind of want to snap to where you need to be just a little bit in advance so you don't incidentally trigger anything. Some of these mines are placed where you can accidentally trigger them if your feet are pointing out or awkwardly inward or otherwise not in the appropriate position, but a little bit of a break here.
Still very close right now.
It's got to wait for this mine section to resolve coming up shortly.
Here's the
Get
stop
some
coming up.
Staircases. Yeah, Corey actually clips the mine on the left arrow, but still holds on to the lead coming out of that section. It's a very clean ending. Could put Shinobi into the lead. Bleeding a couple more yellow perfects along the way. Nails the ending stream, but it's not quite enough. Corey ekes out the win to about the 200 to 400 points. Yeah, very respectable showing from both players here. I think Corey definitely really locked in where it mattered most. Got a overall enough better accuracy to kind of smooth over that mistake with the mine.
Yeah.
But good showing from Shinobi though, and this is the winner side, and she's already shown capacity to really run on the hot streak in bracket between this and a good showing in women's yesterday. So I believe.
I do too. Yeah, she's been playing really well.
I believe in the rebound.
I'm trying to think. Play next.
Yeah, I see second cab is currently just people warming up, keeping warm.
Yeah. I think at this point, yeah, we're waiting on a couple people.
Yeah, I might try and get a game or two in myself.
Yeah, definitely
so
do that.
I leave commentary in your capable hands.
I'm trying my best.
I'll be back. I'll definitely be back later. Exactly when, who knows? It could be this pool. It could be top 8.
Yeah.
It could be tomorrow, but I'll be back.
Tomorrow. Oh, yeah.
Team.
Yeah, we're streaming teams. Yeah, that's right. All right. All right, we're doing a car draw right now. We have Big Matt, let's see, versus Andrew. Who's gonna be hype? Both players have a really strong background in DDR, so this will be a fun draw. We're just waiting on this draw.
If we finish this pool by 3:30, we're on schedule. It should be 6 hours. I'm gonna take it over. That way you can get your match.
right, everyone, I'm going to hop off the commentary for a little bit. I'm going to turn it over to Jelly Slosh.
Hello. I'm here.
Yeah.
Oops, I'm loud.
We're waiting on our card draw right now with Andrew and Big Matt, so it's going to be a hype match. But yeah, I might join later, but thank you all. And I will see you soon.
And while they're still making their decisions, I have the card draw up on the screen. I think next pool, around 3:30. Oh, yep, I know where to find you. Players are checking in. Very communicative. Yeah, let's take a look at the current standings of the bracket. Not sure if Emily had gone through that yet, but here's where we're at right now. Currently, Andrew and Big Matt are drawing to be played. And then I'm just missing a couple players on the top side. They are currently occupied with DDR and ITG. Once we unlock this, we'll be running full steam ahead for the rest of the bracket. But yeah, winning and winner's final side of this pool is Dat Corrido from the New Jersey area. And then right now, stepping up to the stage is Big Matt and Andrew. They are both from the New York area, so this is a team kill situation. And I'm pretty sure they probably played with each other in some capacity at the Rhythm Riot that just happened in May.
This is the beginning. Make a selection.
And taking a look at the card draw, we have Justify My Love, protected by Big Matt. Big Matt's an old school DDR player, so that kind of falls in line with what kind of stuff he likes to play and listen to musically. Andrew has opted for Cowbell Rock, which I get under the impression that he picked one of the harder songs in the set to play against Big Matt. And then we have a relatively easy time to tell what love feels like. Then Silence, which is has a couple tricky parts, has a pretty tough stream in the opening, it has a pretty tricky slowdown. And then to round things off, if we get to the tiebreaker, India's Glitch. Once again, this is 3 out of 5. So first player to win 3 songs will advance to the next match. And this is a loser's bracket match, so a loser goes home. But getting a quick warm-up in, both of these players do play multiple games, so if a warm-up is offered, usually players will opt to take it just to kind of get themselves recalibrated with the game that they're currently playing. Each game, and also each individual machine, has a little different feel across amongst each other. Here we have Kick It Man. This one pays homage to a song, Kick the Can, from DDR4 Mix, I believe. For quite a few people, that was their first perfect full combo, or AAA back in the day. So this one was a collaboration between Kyle Ward and Daz. Right. Looks like they played about half a song. Andrew, maybe drag it and it goes faster. Sounds like the ITG pool I was waiting for is done, so I think we might get Master Jack and JoJo coming up soon. But in the meantime, we have Justify My Love, uncharacteristic early by Big Matt, swinging the lead in Andrew's favor. Andrew looking super comfortable with the syncopated section. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to hop off comms for a sec. I need to actually run the tournament. I think DDR Chad may be coming here to commentate soon, so enjoy some wonderful stepping here.
All right. I see we have a dearth of commentary at the moment, so I am stepping in real quick after getting a quick practice session in just to keep some commentary going for the stream. So looks like just walked into Andrew securing a solid 3-0 against Big Matt. Congratulations. You love to see the regional rivalry take manifest. As we are waiting for our next match on stream, for those of you who are interested in seeing Master Jack versus JoJo, that is currently running on secondary stream, twitch.tv/pilotbg. The message. Huh? Yeah, pinned in the chat if you want to take a look at the other stream. Lots of good quality matches and casual play from various folks in the venue ongoing. I am under the impression currently that we may be blocked at the moment with other games. We do have Pump It Up, Dance Dance Revolution, and In the Groove also running here at Project Storm at CEO 2025. And many of our entrants do participate in other games as well. Hopefully as the event drags on and we get to the top cut, we will have less occurrences like these. As we are waiting for our next match to be drawn, I will go ahead and kick it back over to Bracket, take a look at where we are. So presently, Master Jack versus JoJo is being run, the winner's quarterfinal match. Winner of that will play the winner of Kingly and Keek, a match that is yet to be run. I believe Kingly is more deeply involved in other games and may be currently caught up in a bracket conflict with either Pump or DDR, to my recollection. Other than that, we currently see sitting in loser side, Smori waiting for one of the other matches to resolve. Tash also waiting for another match to resolve. I suppose we could probably get Casey versus Cheesecake as well at some point. Also, hello, Jai. A fellow pie. We have all of the Pie Brothers in attendance. How wonderful. I do wonder if I have access to a card draw with which to show. Yeah, so currently on the side stream, Master Jack versus JoJo is currently on Song 1, Contrast Wild 22. Trust me, Senpai, I am thrilled about the reunion. I am just very, very tired. And also finding that attempting to warm up cold on like 22s and 23s is very difficult when you have been sitting in the commentary desk for about 2 hours and you were also partying for an appreciable length of time last night. I don't know why I continue to put myself in these sorts of situations, but we do. All right, so we have Kingly and Keek currently being drawn off to my side, and I suspect that this is the match we will get next on the broadcast. I'm seeing plenty of old heads who can party. Some folks still got it in them. All right, Master Jack currently up 1 game. it is getting increasingly busy here. I am realizing now there is a lot of cross-game noise pollution occurring as we are getting deep into our respective brackets. The venue is fairly quiet starting out, but games have been turned up for competitors to hear them, and I believe eventually it sort of cascades into an increased volume accordingly. But enough of that. We are going to go ahead and get into our next match.
Wild mode. This mode is difficult. Choose music.
I switched them on there already. Yeah, swap it automatically.
Confirm your selection. Options.
Yeah, single P2, right? Single P2? That's right, right? Single P2 is correct. Literally logged in, so yeah, we're good. As long as it's the machine assigned to the cabinet, any change may automatically update. Oh, so you just correct it whenever you need it.
Player one ready. Are you ready for this one?
Okay. After just clarifying a couple of things for broadcast setup for the card draw, we are getting into game one.
See the energy.
And I believe Kingley is playing with the smallest arrows possible, which is very fascinating to see. Yes, Disconnected Disco, Wild 21, very heavily syncopated chart. Lots of challenging patterns and offbeats to account for. Currently King holding on to a slight lead, both players holding on to the gold combo, just picking up Aaron off judgments in some of the bursts as they go.
300 combo.
And now getting into the section with these stops. Kingley successfully working through the stop section to regain a slight lead, holding on to a gold combo as Keek picks up a few more off judgments along the way. One more particularly difficult position to make, making sure that your foot that's resting on the up arrow does not clip the mine, and Kingley closes that out with a gold combo and about a 600-point lead to take game one. Very impressive.
Yes, that was great. Select the next track.
Moving into Monody for game two.
Options. Player one. You got great taste in music.
So in a similar vein as Disconnected Disco, this chart is very heavily syncopated. Rather than being these broken up 16th rhythms, however, the chart will begin immediately by accelerating to its intended speed around 103 BPM. 107, I believe. And instead has these triplet swing as its primary source of difficulty. Yeah, a couple of these patterns where you really want to be crossing over to hit them as intended. Kingley opting to instead shift position here and there to remain on path. Keek doing something similar. Keek having a slight lead despite picking up an early off judgment, really figuring out this swing rather quickly. All right, Kingley picks up another off judgment. Carson knows though first to be accurate. Now getting into this section, the flute trills, one of the highest notes per second bursts in the whole game. Yeah, Keek picking up a miss during that section, but still holding on to a very slight point lead. Overall better precision on some of these gallows. Picking up a bit early, but it still does not fully provide any lead to Kingley. Coming up right at the very end of the track. Keek closes out game 2 with a 98K. Very impressive.
Amazing performance. Select the next song.
All right, moving on now to Rock Me Forever.
Confirm the selection. Select
Taking a bit of a departure from the other charts we have seen. This is fairly simplistic for its block level. Definitely a chart that still demands the stamina necessary to run a 21, but a very straightforward chart at the time. So this will now come down to players' general timing precision, barring any kind of unforced error.
Are you ready? Begin.
Still small remnants of tech put throughout this chart with a couple of crossover patterns, and that mine, which wants you to double step from the same foot you finish on, starting the pattern with the next foot, so breaking the alternating flow ever so slightly. All right, Keek unfortunately misinterprets the gallops and picks up some off judgments. Kingley's gold combo, giving them the lead to start with. Keek picking up another miss in the crossover section there. Still playing it out as still just one mistake away. Could swing the lead at the very end of the game. All right, Kingley with a nice 99.6, very good score. Yeah, 9 perfects, nice and clean. Moving on now to game 4 and Living in America. You can see Kingley taking a quick peek at the chart just to kind of orient themselves with what's to come. You can see from the chart preview there are these little foot switch-like patterns where you want to kind of alternate your feet to avoid a mine, going off in the center or another arrow accordingly.
So the adventure begins.
Interspersed with some bursts and twists and turns, as a standard of other Eurobeat material. Getting into game 4 here in this set. Need to be just a little more mindful of center panel for a burst like this. Misplaced footing on up or down could trigger that center early, which is not what these players want. Both players adapting very well to the beginning of this chart. Keek holding on a very slight lead so far. Only to go early on the drill and hand over to lead to Kingley, but still very much just the perfect or two apart. All right, unfortunately, likely misinterprets or panics on that twist off center with a mine marking it. Keek picks up and miss. still holding on to their gold combo so far. Very nice. Yeah, it is that center panel pattern, likely possible to misinterpret. He picks up another set of off judgments, but has some very impressive timing overall to keep this close, despite picking up at least 2 misses to my recollection. All right, coming into the last stretch of the chart.
500 combo.
Kingly closes it out with a very respectable 99.4. Good showing for both players.
Fantastic.
For those of you who are itching to get into our next match, JoJo versus Touched is being broadcast on the secondary stream. Both players are currently setting up, likely a warm-up into the draw. You will see it, that one there. Unfortunately, ending a game 4, no get lifted for the fans in chat. I don't know if the adventure is quite bizarre, but I believe the bracket is fairly standard to start with. So yes, Smori is in attendance. You may be able to see him on the player one side camera at the moment, hanging out in your card draw. We did see Smori play before. Smori is still in and will play Keek. Keek goes down to loser side to meet Smori. Smori had a respectable showing but lost 3-0 to and Casey was like earlier in bracket. While card draw is being run, I will kick it back over to our commentary screen to say hello. I have been standing up while commentating the match itself to stay warm as I need to play in the pool immediately following this one. So yes, I believe we are likely going to see Kingly versus Master Jack, our winners semis match in this pool. They're currently at the card draw station having their set determined.
All right, we both get on this.
Conflict of interest? Hardly. I do my best not to let the biases set in. But certainly there are players who I do quite enjoy seeing play and players who I do enjoy seeing succeed. All right, keeping an eye on things, and I believe we will be getting into Kingly's next set against the Master Jack almost right away. The pie bias. The pious.
Are you sure you want it?
All right, enough of these comical portmanteaus. I believe we have a match
Here we
ready to go.
Select a difficulty mode.
Bible thump is crazy. You are uncorking the vintage with that Twitch emote. Most excellent one. All right, I requested the card draw to be updated. Oh boy. That's quite the set we've got here. So we're gonna get a quick little warm up in on Angel. while the warm-up is being facilitated, I will talk a little bit about their draw in front of us. So we saw it a little earlier in one of the other pools, I believe, that are possibly the very beginning of this pool. Villain, Wild 20, makes its return. Very challenging chart at the time. Very interested to see these players take a set at it. Master Jack's initial protect, Dolphin Talk. Kingley's initial protect, Megalovania. More of some of the other end, really difficult to time 22s taken out of the draw here, become Astral Russian Roulette. So after the protects and villain going into Dom Dariram and Candy Top, there should be some interesting tests of fundamental skill for both of these players. Yeah, so far we have seen Kingley putting up some excellent scores, and some great overall precision. I think largely just, I'm not familiar with how much experience they have in this game. I was under the impression they primarily made other dance games, but seem to have invested quite a sizable amount of time in SMX as well, showing good mastery and knowledge over the game, especially some of those center panel patterns in the prior meet that Keek had trouble with. Jack, local player to New Jersey, very familiar with his play from other tournaments myself. Fundamentally a very strong player, really excels at straightforward content as well. May have some struggles with more difficult to time charts, especially those with slowdowns or particularly gnarly syncopation, but puts up a good fight no matter what he faces. So very excited to see this set. I believe these are players with good fundamental skills that get to battle it out on some very interesting charts in the game. Immediately starting out with the swingy gallops Dolphin Talk is known for. Yeah, Jack not quite moving his feet enough for those up-center swing patterns. Picking up in early there, Kingley holding on to the gold combo to build out a very slight lead to start right at the beginning of this chart. Picking up in early on the center, it's still holding the lead. Dolphin Talk is largely based around these swing patterns and a couple of difficult center panel form checks, but you also need to be ready for in the back half. New and exciting variations on syncopation begin to appear. Jack picks up a miss along the way. Now as the patterns begin to vary up more so, switching between 16ths and swing patterns and the triplets. And a 30-second burst or two sprinkled in for good measure. And Kingley holding on to the lead through those difficult patterns. Closes the game out with a slight lead over Master Jack with a very nice 98-6. Yeah, just not only slightly tighter timing, even with a couple of more awkward bursts thrown in there, but less errors compared to Jack in terms of non-perfect judgments. But still a set that can very much go the distance. As a suitable dance remix of the funny skeleton song, Megalovania, comes in for game 2. Every rhythm game has it, even SMX. You cannot escape Toby Fox. Both players very comfortable with these patterns existing on the 16th note, kind of off the main beat. We're going to see more difficult 16th patterns begin to emerge once we get past the intro here. Just a couple of roll taps. Both players making it through that 30-second burst. Yeah, both players doing very well for the difficult syncopation present in this chart. Mixing in crossover into the center panel twist so you can't fall asleep. All right, very difficult pattern coming up here. 30-second burst on a different set of arrows following another part of the pattern, marked by a mine pit. The mines that appear in the chart are tied to the Gaster Blaster bursts in the background. So you are dodging Sans Undertale's attacks yourself. All right, both players positioned to avoid hitting the mine pits, and Kingley closes out game 2 with a wonderful 99.6 on that chart. Very easy to pick up an off judgment with the 30-second burst in the center panel form checks. So really coming in and making a showing. Master Jack is the favorite to exit this pool winner's side. I believe we will now see the set take a very different direction as we return to Villain for our next match. So as we had noted before, Villain, a low BPM song, largely vocal heavy, lots of difficult syncopation, and especially the feel of the song goes many different places, something that a lot of players struggle to lock into. And in addition to alternating between these 16th patterns and various swing rhythms, there are twists, turns, crossovers, little pieces of tech all strewn throughout this song. Currently at Master Jack holding on to a slight lead at around the halfway mark. Still very much a lot of room to pick up mistakes here. It seems like Kingley's picking up a couple more off judgments along the way. As we come up now to the gray note, both players hitting it. It's a very close match. Wow, very close coming up to the outro now. Jack takes that with a very impressive 99.6. Both players hitting that chart clean all throughout. Just slightly better timing on Jack's side. Again, very difficult song to lock into. The general feel, whether you feel it is early or late relative to the beat, shifts around a fair bit, in addition to the song largely following the vocals and imprecise instruments, so very difficult. We're going to head into a more straightforward chart now for our game 4. Real Eurodance classic here. Very clean so far for Master Jack to start. Kingley not too far behind, just going a little early in various places right at the beginning of the chart. Plenty of room to catch up, though, if Jack picks up additional yellows along the way. Although, as I had mentioned at the beginning of the set, Jack's wheelhouse is these more straightforward charts, and Dom Dorian definitely qualifies as one of the more straightforward 20s in the game. So I think it'll be very difficult for him to surrender this lead, barring some kind of unforced error in the outro gallops coming up right now. Yeah, very nice 6-star from Jack to take the set to game 5. Going to Candy Pop for game 5. The players taking a second to prepare before getting into the next game. All right. Another tune from Naoki Maeda, harkening back to the earlier days of Dance Dance Revolution. Granted, with a different take and a very different sound. Jack picking up a miss right out of the gate. It's not what you want to see in a Game 5 situation. Candy Pop has got a lot of twists and turns, especially right at the very beginning, and in one particular section we will call out later on in the charts. Kingley holding on to a modest gold combo to get things started. Excellent footwork from both players to hit these streams clean. All right, Jack picks up another miss along the way. Kingley still holding on to that gold combo. Coming up now into a section, all crossovers at 16ths, each and every direction. Willie Jack picks up a couple of off judgments, if not yellows, possibly some earlies or lates along the way, giving Kingley a modest lead coming into this outro section with the step jump 16th burst. Some jumps, and then Kingley closes out a game 5, nice and close at 99-4 to end it. Very similar yellow count from both players, but those misses on Jack's side, it truly cost them the game. A very respectable showing from Jack to take it almost in a reverse sweep all the way out to game 5, being from a very rough position down against two of the hardest songs in the draw.
Yeah, that stuff is tricky. It's easy to start on the right foot if you're not like very careful.
All right, so Kingley and Dat Corey, though, over in winners finals, guaranteed to move on to pool 4. They will determine who gets to enter the bracket, winner side versus loser side. I believe we still need to possibly facilitate a card draw or two in order to get matches going. I believe Jelly Slush, our tournament organizer, is looking at possibly allocating another match to the secondary stream. We are waiting to see what our next step will be. As a crowd continues to form around all of the games here at Storm, as we are slowly advancing into some of our more intense top cuts. Yes, those are all viable matches to be drawn. We'll go ahead and kick it back over to our bracket view. Joined here by one of our stream operators, AJ. Glad to have you around.
Hello.
Yes, so as we saw here, Kingley and Dat Corey, though, playing in winners finals. The winner of that set will advance to the winner's side of pool 4. The loser of that still advances just on the loser's side, pool 4. So currently looking, we have Casey versus Cheesecake and Keek versus S'morey as possible matches we can put on deck in addition to our winners final. I believe we are seeing some draws being facilitated. There is a possibility we might begin some matches in Pool 4 ahead of schedule. Again, just keeping things moving as much as possible. But it will depend on which personnel are available and what matches we can safely manage, given that some of our competitors are playing in other games. If you are just joining us, welcome to the StepManiaX tournament at Project Storm at CEO 2025 here in Orlando, Florida. Many other dance games currently running events here in the arcade room at our event. I wonder if we are going to see a Pool 4 match momentarily. The players I'm seeing getting close to the cab are who I think they are.
StepManiaX by Step Revolution. Make a selection.
And I do believe we are looking at a Pool 4 game. So let me go ahead and confirm on my end that that is the case. Yes. Now this is a very exciting set to bear witness to. Snowstorm versus Kevbo. Kevbo is a well-established name in the dance game competitive scene. Very well-known player, participating largely in other games, coming over here to play StepManiaX, along with Snowstorm, another similarly established player who has been more recently playing SMX by virtue of securing a setup of his own. It is easy enough for anyone to acquire a cabinet or specific standalone monitor setup to play StepManiaX at home. Snowstorm already had a very impressive showing at events, thinking such like Eclipse 2023 and other places where he did not have access to the game, but still did a great job with fundamentals playing other dance games. He plays many other... He's entered, I believe, in every dance game tournament here at Storm. So he's been running the gauntlet, putting up progress, and now that he has acquired private access to StepManiaX, seriously improved in skill in a rapid period of time. So this is a player you absolutely want to keep an eye on. So worth noting, we are here in... Oh yes, for the audience at home, I imagine Kevbo requires basically no introduction. Excited to see him here over in SMX. These players are going to warm up. So quick note to be made here. Pool 4 is level 21 through 24. So you're now going to start seeing some of the upper level content of this game squeak into the card draw. A little higher concentration of 22s and 23s. Here, we will not be seeing a 24 off the bat as Indignation was vetoed and taken out. Instead, we are looking down 3 23s to start. Getting through our warm-up, we will be getting into the set momentarily. So leading off our set, we will be seeing at least all of the 23s, potentially some of the lower level charts there at the back end of the draw. Each of these 23s is very challenging in their own right. They're all stylistically very different from one another. We will talk about what makes each of them unique and difficult as we go through. You know what they say, life is like a boomerang. So for those of you who were not tuned in earlier regarding Snowstorm, Snowstorm played this chart, A-Sign, Wild 23, at another tournament, and proceeded to get but a single perfect on it, which is a very impressive score considering the material of the chart. So no surprise to see here that in this card draw, it comes up organically and Snowstorm launches straight into the draw. You can also see Tuan's coming over, who had remarked on it earlier, confirming that it's part of the draw and not just the warm-up, and smiling and nodding at his enthusiasm to see this picked. So here we go, getting into game one of Kevbo Snowstorm. What an exciting set to bear witness to. So even though this is just modest speed, 8th notes, there's patterns, twists and turns here, makes it respectably difficult. Snowstorm picking up an uncharacteristic off beginning. Although the lead swings back to hit with Kevin Bodie picking up a couple of awkward misses right in a row. Most likely just misinterpreting some manner of center panel pattern. Game is still very close. A little bit of a step jump section right before our outro begins. A very difficult center panel twist now into the section with these triples off of center panel, requiring you to twist around almost in a crossover manner to hit them as intended. Kevbo struggling a lot with that pattern, picking up quite a number of misses and judgments, giving Snowstorm a 2,000-point lead to work with at the very end of this chart. Snowstorm takes game one very convincingly, despite a little bit of a flub at the beginning, cleans up the rest of that chart beautifully at 7 perfects. All right, moving now into our game 2 on Senorita. So there's no particular dirty trick or excessive center panel to my recollection in this chart. It is largely a very straightforward, almost a stamina check, if you will, given that it's got all manner of burst clocking in at 174 BPM, very respectively fast. Very familiar song for veterans of DDR Extreme. One of the esteemed Dance Mania licenses making its return for StepManiaX. Just a little bit of a speed mod tweak prior to the game. The fist bump, and we are off to game 2 of Kevbo Snowstorm, Senorita. Eighth note crossover patterns. A couple of bursts strewn throughout. A couple of organ hits accentuated with the mines. Just want to make sure that you're following the pattern as written, so that way you don't get tripped up by any of those decorative pieces. There's going to be a brief stop coming up, so you can make sure you lift off the pad and address it. Kevbo clips the arrow and hits a mine hit, just putting him ever so slightly behind. Pick up a couple of lost judgments compared to Snowstorm's clean gold run so far, but still well within. 1 or 2 mistakes could still swing the lead. Having a little bit of a live Kevbo reaction as he picks up a miss here and there. He closes out very impressive 99. So showing even though he may have had some execution errors along the way, his timing is certainly nothing to scoff at. With nice, clean 8 perfects, mistakes notwithstanding. Snowstorm with a comparatively cleaner run at 15. They're less clean on the yellows, but a little more tightened up on non-perfect judgments. That's the wrong Naoki song. Here's what we're looking for: Parasymptoms. So while we saw that A sign is largely focused on twisty patterns of note to execute, and then we had Senorita as more of a straightforward stamina check. Parasymptoms now kind of diverges into a more tech-heavy dimension, if you will. Lots of more like modern ITG custom chart style patterns. You've got foot switches, crossovers, patterns where you really want to commit to doing the specific techniques involved lest you get tripped up. And now joining me for game 3 here, welcome back to the mic, Invis.
Hello, how's it going? I was on mute. How's it going, everyone?
It's going good. We have had a very eventful tournament so far, lots of great matches, and you're here just in time for a real barn burner.
All right, yeah, we're in. So this is song 2, right?
This is game 3.
Oh, game 3. Wow.
Currently 2-0, Snowstorm's favor. Yeah, very challenging patterns to read in the mix. It all flows quite nicely if you do all of the twist turns, switches. You can see all of these machine-like sounds accentuated by those rolls and those patterns. Snowstorm navigating that foot switch section very impressively, keeping up some crispy timing. But Kevbo not too far behind. Oh, messes up that bracket section a little, setting it back. Yeah, picking up some missed rolls in that section. It's not the kind of thing you want to see. I think so long as Snowstorm can get this last foot switch section clean, I believe he's got this set in the bag.
Very clean on Snowstorm's
Just
part.
short of a hex. Wow.
Great round from Snowstorm. I know Snowstorm is actually also in ITG and DDR.
And possibly Pump too, last I checked.
Yeah, and the last time I talked to him, which was about like an hour and a half ago, he was saying that before he was going to start in bracket here, he would have to play 18s in DDR. So he, I salute him for, you know,
All the way up to
like,
18s in DDR. This man's going the distance in every game he touches.
yeah. So he's definitely getting a workout today.
Yeah, you know, Snowstorm is really showing that he's got incredible chops for this game. You know, Kevbo is a very notable, very skilled ITG player, and Sim just took him to task on home turf, basically.
Yeah, great set from the two of them. But with that said, we are on to our next match now.
Yeah, so we have started some incursions into a Pool 4. We have a couple of Pool 3 matches still ongoing, but we are able to start some of the matches at the Pool 4 level to keep things moving. And so we're not too terribly far behind as a result. So yeah, Pool 4, level 21 through 24. This is Malia versus Chwans.
Great.
So
we already
Malia,
have the, oh, sorry.
I was going to say, coming out of now the New York region, very strong player, lots of history with dance games. Really putting up some strong showings, just getting better and better, as many players are. And Chwan's coming from the greater Chicago area, does a lot of work with B-Hop Esports, the premier dance game venue of the greater Chicago area. Very strong player who's been working very diligently to improve his timing and game knowledge. So this will be very exciting. I can't wait to see Chwan's motivated and ready to push as far as he can in bracket.
Yeah, for certain. And also, it looks like we already have our card draw picked out here. We're going to start with Jukebox, Wild 21.
Wow, that's a pick.
Just tell me a bit about this chart. What are we looking at here?
Very swing heavy.
Okay.
Very challenging time. It's got a couple of mixtures of eighth notes and swing gallops at a 214 BPM. So it kind of occupies this very sparsely populated speed for the game. Our second match goes to Fearless, which I believe is going to be the first 24 of this tournament we see on stream here. I'm not sure if anything is happening on the side stream, but first from my perspective. And then going into an interesting mix of 22s and 23s to close it out.
Yeah. Oh, I was hoping for a game 5, especially now. Love Baseline Shatter.
We
one
love
of my
Baseline
favorite
Shatter.
tracks in the entire game. Looks like they're preparing for a quick warm-up here.
Yeah, get your Fiesta on.
Both players checking their pad sensitivity, setting to normal.
Just making sure. You never know if anything changes. It's very unlikely to happen, but... astute viewers may see in Malia's player cam, player one side, there is a certain Smori currently shadowing the players for additional practice. That is a drive and a dedication to improve that you absolutely admire in a small child. We salute the literal next generation of players.
Yeah, I missed a bit of the bracket, but I was able to watch her do her set a couple hours ago, and she is incredibly good for not using the bar at all, and especially at the level that the level range that she was playing in.
Yeah, Smori he's very good. That's a kind of a brutal warm-up, if you ask me.
Yeah,
but
gotta get the blood flowing though.
You really do need to get the blood flowing if when you're going to be going into a very hard 21 and a very difficult 24. But you can see now as we are starting to get into these pools where upper-level content is around, these players are capable of putting up some very incredible scores, and look at how close that is right off the bat.
All right, and with that, looks like they're making sure no extraneous dust on the pad. And
Just
we're gonna
a
get to our first
modest
song.
amount of powder.
Yeah. Oh, okay, I see.
The preferred condiment of the stamina community. You put it on top of everything.
Yep, you can already see in the preview all the swing that we're gonna.
Yep. So a little note on swing. We had a couple of swingy charts already today. There's quite a few in this game. I feel like the most defining feature for a swing chart is it's very difficult to lock into the timing on it, especially without any other surrounding context, if you will. I always personally think of swing timing as the space between notes. So normally sometimes like the swing is always uniformly in one direction. On something like Jukebox though, the space between notes changes a lot. It's like that's looser, those rolls are a looser pattern than the burst that follows it. So where the gallop falls relative to a stricter quantization changes up a lot in this chart. Both players holding on to a gold combo, but Chuan's building up a small lead to begin with on better overall accuracy. Very close though. We now come into the section that mixes swing notes and eighths, along with a couple of lifts and some precarious mind placement just to keep things interesting. Both players making it through that section of the chart relatively unscathed. He's still holding on to a gold combo.
Yeah, the score is very, very close between the two players as well.
Get a reprisal of the chorus in. You got to be ready for a cheeky little crossover about to come up. All right, both players hit it. Chuan just hits it a little more cleanly and holds on to timing at the very end. It pulls out the 99.3 on Jukebox. Very good.
Very nice.
Malia not too far behind with an equally clean run, just a greater yellow perfect count.
Now we're on to Fearless, Wild 24.
Yeah. So we talked a little bit when Villain reared its head in the draw twice today, of all times. Something like Villain, which follows the human voice, a very imprecise instrument, unless you spend a lot of time cutting it up in the editor. It can feel like the song drifts around a bit. Fearless, being a kind of rock song has these very, loud, sonically fuzzy guitar sounds, live drum playing. It is not completely locked to a grid like an electronic piece of music would be. And so I know quite a few people trying to push this for score note that they have immense difficulty keeping time on it. And that's in addition to it being a very challenging 24 on patterns alone. So see how the players fare as they get into game 2 here. Yeah, largely these like low BPM at 16 streams, interspersed with all kinds of bursts, brackets, foot switches, these like tech patterns that you typically only see at the very upper end. Both players pushing through the burst. Chuan's coming out with a slight lead as it begins to twist and turn a little more.
Oh, we have a...
Malia drops the hold and the bracket, putting her about 1,000 points behind before the guitar solo hits. Get ready for some fancy footwork. Very nice gold combo so far from Chuan's. Malia's just whiffing those brackets, not doing her any favors.
Especially in a song this fast. Very easy to miss a bracket when you're moving around that much. Never know if you're holding the center panel before you're going on the bracket. And
yeah, you can easily, if you do not hit it uniformly with your foot positioned in just the right way, you can completely whiff a note or hit it at a wrong time, especially if you angle your foot too hard, you hit one note before the other. Lots can go wrong with brackets. But Chuan's really putting up a show there, getting a 36 clean gold combo on it. Finding the timing window where needed. This is a very good position for Chuan's to be in, as Confusion is a market favorite of his. A little bit more of a straightforward 22 compared to the other charts we've seen here. Getting started on game 3.
Still very close between the two players.
Oh, yes.
Well within 1,000.
Very confident execution on those twists from both parties. The lead is still very minuscule. Just one mistake can swing it definitively. Wow. Chuan's takes that with what looks like to be a 1 or a 2 perfect. Again, favorite of his. No surprise he's completely locked in. I think just picked up 2 in the beginning and then just didn't make any mistakes after that point. Now this is the caliber of play that you could potentially see now that we're in pool 4. And we still have a whole other pool before a top cut to see as well.
Yeah. And once again, this pool is fighting for top 16
Yes.
And once we enter top 16, it will be wild 22 through 25. So we're going to start to see some very, very tricky charts up here. That more so than we're already seeing now.
Yeah, and the top 16 cut isn't even exactly the definitive pool there, as there is then a cut to top 8 where we start to see the true upper end of the game take place. So we got a lot of gameplay to go through, and the heat is still being turned up as we go. So now it looks like we are going to take a quick trip back down to pool 3. Looks like we got some game conflicts finally ironed out. We get to take a look at Keek versus Smori. So there is a sizable contingent of pool 3 that has yet to be run, likely owing to some cross-game conflict.
Yeah, to be expected, especially on middle of the day Saturday. All the brackets are pretty much in full swing at this point, both in Project Storm section as well as the FGC main.
CEO proper, yes.
Yeah.
But we are off to a exciting start here with Keek Smori. Smori going for the Pocket Pick Jusha, a favorite of his. Absolutely stanced up for those drills. And really the thing that makes this pocket pick very effective for Smori is he's very consistent in landing those drills. There are a lot of players who, when they make a mistake on a drill, they go off on their timing and they proceed to carry that mistake all the way through. Smori's very good at holding the gold combo on that, putting up a fight. Not terribly far behind, but there's still a little bit of chart left to go.
Definitely.
Smori kept that so close. It's Keek who's going to eke out the first victory in this set.
200-point difference, very close.
Yeah, similar timing.
It came down to just simply the one miss at the very, very end of one of the streams right in the middle of the song.
Yeah, no, I think Smori would have been holding the lead from that point if it were not for the miss there. After this.
I'll swap off. Someone wants a break. I'm here. I'll commentate for a couple hours or whatever before top 16. So you can take my spot. Okay.
I'm good also to hop on. I just want to come by and say hi.
That's fine. If you want me to hop,
If you want to actively want to break it,
stick it all with me.
what's the set? Okay. After the set, I'll hop on.
All right. We are discussing a change in the guard for commentary while players were taking quick breaks. And in a total tonal shift from everything else that we have been playing, we are going to go to Jingle Bell Rock.
Not necessarily in season for the song, but we'll take it either way.
It's the newest Kyle Ward original that there is.
The newest.
What an honor of getting to compose music with the late, great Bobby Helms. It should probably come as no surprise that this is a fairly swingy chart. Got a couple of subtleties in its execution, little places where you're going to want to switch up, switch from side to side. We have got a sizable portion of the venue currently watching this match. You'll love to see Smori going at it.
A couple earlies picked up.
Yeah, Keek picks up some earlies there with that drill section, narrowing it significantly. We are going to get a little bit of a break, and we'll see what the score difference looks like. Very slim at just 300 points.
A lot of song left.
I see Keith picking up a couple of off judgments on those drills, keeping it close.
Oh, it's going between the two.
It's Smori takes
my
game
goodness.
2 by 20 points as the audience pops off.
Right at the last 3 seconds, 2 of the song. Swings in his favor.
All right.
Keeping up the Kyle Hayward trend.
Another beautiful Kyle A. Ward original track, Esperanza. So that being said, Jingle Bell Rock, fairly mild. Esperanza, that's a spicy meatball we got here. Probably one of the hardest 22s in the game, in my opinion. But, you know, Smori's wheelhouse really is just pushing through the hard, demanding stuff. So players are tied coming out of the intro. All right, Smori trying to push over and take the lead through those little mini jackhammers. Very hard to time. All right, both players not quite nailing the timing on the stops there, but keeping it close.
Very technical track.
Yeah, there was a lot going on. I was far too transfixed on the score difference between those two as Smori was holding a respectable lead for a lot of that song, just especially with the miss picked up towards the end and some of the accuracy on those little mini jacks just slipped it away for Keek to take game 3. But persevering nonetheless, it's a great way to phrase it. And this is where I think Smori, being as young as he is, does have a little bit of an advantage compared to some other players with a smaller shoe size, having the ability to better handle certain center panel patterns, less likely to fat foot or mistakenly place his feet. And we are coming into a very twisty, turny chart in Bye Bye Baby Balloon. So I think he's got a good chance here, especially if Keek is not super familiar with the particulars of this chart. Smori can follow along. I think he's got a good chance to force a game 5. Yeah, you can already see Keek picks up on a up center in early. picks up another miss.
Samora holding a healthy 1.5K lead right now.
Yeah, you got these patterns where you kind of want to switch which foot you're using to hit a given arrow to stay on top of it. Samori's keeping it clean and gold. That lead is growing. Yeah, this section is very unintuitive for how you need the twist to do it. Keep picking up another off judgment as Samori holds on to that gold combo. I think we might be seeing a game 5.
And you would be right.
As a very large crowd pops off.
This is definitely one of the largest crowds I think we've had for this entire tournament so far.
We got folks from across the arcade taking a glance at this gameplay.
And this brings us on to game 5, which we're going on to a song which is a personal favorite of mine, Night in Motion.
Yeah.
Wild 21.
Bangers only for game 5 today.
It's party time.
It's party time. Yeah, so we'll see what happens here. Is I think this is much more straightforward, so maybe a little less of Samori's specialty, for less of his wheelhouse, and more so favorable for Keek here. But there are a couple of patterns that you really want to keep an eye out for as this chart drags on. But a lot of it is just going to be these gallops. Yeah, you want to be very mindful of those patterns incorporating center, especially center to up. That's a very easy one to fat foot. Going into an accuracy battle here, it's this little bit of downtime, eking out just a very slight lead for the time being, but still over half the song to go. Yeah, Samori nailing those difficult patterns.
Takes the lead with that.
Very confident on that little up center down section too. Just rushing that section a little bit, giving the lead back over to Keek, but this pattern now incorporates a crossover.
Oh my goodness.
And the crowd goes mild. But Keek put up a very good performance, keeping it clean and keeping it moving against an opponent who was very well posed to take that set away.
Very much.
And, you know, Samori had another showing earlier this year at Love Arcade 2, and while it also did not necessarily produce a set win, he did take one song. It was very exciting. And here, you can really see, I definitely think he has improved as a player already, pushing to Game 5. It takes a lot of discipline to really push a Game 5 set to the edge.
Yeah,
and
also stay that accurate
and
when you're in the heat of Game 5.
And props for him for doing it at his young age without using the bar. So very, very impressive, and I hope we continue to see him play and get better at the game.
Most definitely.
Because definitely, once he is more of age and able to better focus, have like a better improvement regiment and better adapt to given situations, I think we will have a monstrously skilled player on our hands.
Most definitely. Looking forward to seeing
but
him at more events.
that being said, I've talked a lot and I want to get moving for when I inevitably play, so I'm going to go ahead and toss comms over to Mr. DDR Chad.
All right,
We'll
sounds
take
good.
it from here.
All right, so we have our next game coming up. And on the mic, we have the one, the only DDR Chad. How's it going?
Hello. Hello, everyone. Hi from CEO. Oh, that's a little close. My bad, y'all. How y'all doing today? I hope you're ready for some great StepManiaX. I know I was really excited to just get to see Smori play and have a close match. Hope y'all are enjoying your weekend and enjoying time with us here at CEO 2025 Project Storm in Orlando, Florida. Our next match, we've got Issa and Twans. We don't have the card draw on screen just yet, but it looks like this should just be a warm-up, I'm assuming. Actually, yeah, no, Burning Tonight is a DLC song that we are not having as a pick.
Oh, okay.
So this is for sure a warm-up, unless something happened with the card draw. I'll check real quick with our TO, see if we can get a card draw push.
All right, looks like we'll be getting that up in a second for you guys. I think we just had Twans on 2 games ago, so right on again.
So probably staying relatively warm. Hopefully he's feeling good with his footwork and timing. Our card draw, we have Mozart is back, the 24 protected by Issa, which is a very fast and demanding chart. Not a lot of tech in it, just straight up lots of steps, lots of quick rhythms. Twans protecting Shiawaze, which is a very tricky 23. There's a slowdown, and then there's another slowdown within the slowdown, so you go to quarter speed for a little bit. And you've got swing notes that aren't your 12 normal 12s, but off by like a 64, so like a little earlier to handle. And then we have Emotion, the 22, which has some big streams in it for a 22, especially. So we will be seeing those 3 songs for sure. And if we go to a song 4 or 5, we will see Bubbles, which is a more straightforward, simple 22. There's a few little 24th bursts in there and some gallops. A gimmick or 2, I believe, just with a stop. If we get to song 5, it will be Baseline Shatter, which is one of my favorite 23s in the game.
Same here.
Yeah, just a lot of stepping, a lot of stamina, a really good song. So I hope we get to see a game 5 between these two very good competitors here today. Do you know which side of the bracket? Oh, no, this is just pools. This is not a bracket yet. This is just pools.
I think we're back up to pool 4 for this. And this
looks
is
like they're on the winners.
Winners quarters-finals of pool 4. So winner of this will be playing to exit into top 16.
You know, I love dance games, but it's so hard to have to watch sometimes because you see people that you enjoy and your friends, and they have to go head-to-head, and somebody's got to come out as a loser.
Yep.
You don't want to see that, but you want to see good competition, and I'm excited for both these players. I'm going to give them a quick cheer off the mic. Let's go, guys. You got it. Good luck.
Looks like we're going to be quick hug before we start.
You know, the biggest
Love to see
fans.
the sportsmanship.
The biggest fans here are also the players. So, yeah, all the friendly competition is what we love to see. And here we go with Mozart's back. We're gonna have some mines, and then the runs just start.
Just immediately into insanely fast streams.
Both players holding the perfect full combo. Twan's on top with just some less perfects than Issa, but still got a lot of song to go. We got some center panel patterns coming up here. And then a few mines to avoid here where you have to double step. Players handling fine. One more iteration of that, and then we'll go back into just the straight streams, which are kind of like 4-note sets, so a little less intense than the beginning one, but more arrows. Issa getting a miss and an early there. Twan's keeping the perfect full combo and gaining a lead of roughly 1,000. The syncopated rhythmic section, hard to nail if you aren't ready for it. Both players seem prepared. Twan's getting an early. And up by about 800 points. The jumps at the end are very tricky if you aren't ready for them. You can get twisted around if you aren't prepared. See how they handle that. That will be the deciding factor here. Twan's locked in.
It definitely a very rough song to start off game 1 on.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Twan's getting the 99-4.
Wow.
A very good score for tournament. I think just the one early and 17 perfects. Very good. And that was on Issa's Protect, too. So that means Twan's is up 1-0 going into his Protect. So it's looking like he's going to, you know, if things go expected for him on Shiawaze, if he's practiced up on it, he's looking to go up 2-0 in here. But, you know, anything could happen. That slowdown is really brutal.
Yeah, definitely. Also, yeah, just once again, that first practice, like, looks like it can absolutely tire you out. So, you know, just gotta try to keep your stamina up here. Going to kind of be a little bit of a war of attrition.
Yeah, absolutely. With the first song being the hardest in the whole set, and then kind of going easier from there on out. You got to remember to, you know, catch your breath. But most of all, just be ready to keep hitting those absolute perfects. Swans is doing, just starting with a light combo. This section here has a few less notes. You kind of have to ghost step or like be very good at sniping. Swan's keeping the white combo through that.
Gotta watch out for the center panel here.
We're gonna have a stop into our first slowdown. It's very easy to go late here. Just getting into 2 lates maybe. Accidentally hitting that mine on the jump on that center panel. That's gonna hurt a little more. And here comes our quarter slowdown. Very good from both players, but I think Issa just getting a few more perfects. Swan's only picking up maybe 1 or 2. With a sizable lead going into the end. It looks like Swan will be taking song 2, and we will be going to a motion for song 3. A 99-9-11 on Shiawaze in tournament. That is a hard-to-beat score. 3 perfects, yeah. Just 3. One just snagged here early, and then 2, I think, were in the quarter slowdown. Or there might have been 1 in the quarter slowdown and 1 at the start of that quarter slowdown, or the half slowdown.
Yeah. Also,
you
a machine record on that one.
Yeah, you could tell he was absolutely prepared for that. And that's why that Protect was 100% what he went with on this set. So Emotion, although we got it as a 22 here, it is stamina intensive at times. You do have some easier breaks during like the chorus, that main hook there, but there are some long runs in here that you have to be prepared for. Issa having to take this song to keep the match going. Let's see how their timing holds up. Swan's picking up 2 perfects. Issa with the light combo. Still very early though. Here comes our first big run.
Wow,
Issa snagging some perfects there. Twan's doing a great job. But again, still early. Still a lot of song left to go.
Yeah, Twan's just nailing these streams.
Issa getting in early. Yeah, this would be considered the break part of the song, and even then you still have 16ths you're having to rip through and some jumps, some mines to avoid. Twan's holds it together the way he's been doing this whole song. He will take this. However, we've got big streams coming up here. Anything could happen. Twan's holding the perfect full combo, and it looks like Twan's takes the set over Issa 3-0 with a Hex Star, a 997. Both players hugging it out. A mad respect between each other. 10 perfects. Very good.
Yeah, Twan's just playing very, very consistent that entire match.
Absolutely.
And when you're getting to this part of the bracket, that's what it's going to come down to more and more. Is just, you know, the difference just being little bits here and there of, you know, you have some like yellow perfects and yeah.
Yeah, it really coming down to how prepared you are for a chart and how well your ability is to just hit notes and stay on time as much as you can. That Shiawaze score, oh my goodness. That's scaring me.
Crazy.
Like 3 just on command is not something that most players can just do.
Yeah, nailed the slowdown, nailed the speed up again.
Yeah, just kept it very consistent. So we will be seeing Twans on the winner's side still. Issa's still in it on the loser's side. Still has a chance to make it into that top 16. So we'll see her again. I don't know who she's going to play against. Let's see, she will be playing against Kevbo.
Oh, okay.
That's going to be a match.
That'll be a good
Kevbo, a notoriously good DDR player, but doesn't really, he only dabbles in SMX. I think he mostly just enters just, you know, to have fun and to just kind of have the experience with the game. But I don't think he really plays it outside of the tournaments, as far as I know. So there might be some chart knowledge checks here and there. And also just with StepManiaX versus, you know, DDR, ITG, and other games, the timing can feel a little bit different. Even though the windows might be a little bit bigger, it still doesn't mean that it's just easy to time everything in the way that you're expecting it to feel like you would in other dance games.
Yeah. Also, when it comes down to like knowledge of like the specific game like SMX, you know, that's like something that if your opponent knows that and they see that in their card draw, they're like, oh, this is you know, maybe either a little bit of a gimmicky chart or you know, has like some very specific tech or does a lot of stuff with center panel. That's like a opportunity for them to, yeah.
If you see stop and go, you better be protecting it. You better be protecting it.
We love stop and go.
There's definitely a handful of songs that you can see and go like, yeah, this is a very SMX style song, versus some that are a bit more straightforward that you wouldn't want to pick up against a player like Kevbo, for example, like Summer. I wouldn't pick Summer against Kevbo. He's very familiar with how to stream 4 panels.
Yeah.
And can handle stuff like that, even outside of his normal games. Or Temple of Boom. Stuff that's very non-center panel heavy. There are some charts that are like that. But then again, he may not be aware of how those songs are charted and just has to kind of go with whatever shows up. So we'll see.
Yeah, we will.
So we'll go over to the screen now. We have got Snowstorm and Maid Misa coming up next. I don't know if we've done our protects and everything. It looks like we have a draw on screen, but we don't have all of the rest of it. So we will check real quick and let you guys know what our set is going to look like.
Yeah. Also with that said, I actually have to hop off commentary for now. But it was a pleasure doing just the one set, but it was fun.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. I'm looking forward to more matches and just getting to see everyone compete and getting to compete myself in a while, and it's been a blast. This has been a great tournament so far. So
oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah. All right, well, thank you, and I will take over while we get into Big Boss. I'm assuming is a warm-up here. Again, I'll check with the TOs, and we will see if those protects and such have been handled. It looks like we might have been having a bit of a Wi-Fi issue, which is why things aren't getting sent from the card draw laptop straight to us. Okay, it looks like we're getting it now. We've got the songs that were vetoed, and then we should have what were our protects. But it looks like we have our 5 songs: Queen of Light, Zuza, I apologize if I butchered that. Waka Laka, Silence, and Press Start. A very interesting set. Some 21s that require different skills. Two 23s that are very different, and then Silence, which is a pretty daunting 22 with a slowdown as well. That's kind of quiet, so you have to be able to just hit notes without necessarily hearing exactly what you're doing. So we are now through with our warm-up and gonna be moving on into the match. Okay, we have our protects now. It looks like we're going to be doing Press Start, is protected by Misa. That being arguably the toughest song in the bunch that was shown here. And then Silence from Snowstorm. This chart is very tech heavy, and you just have a lot of little things to handle. There's some rolls, there's 24ths, crossovers. I think initially this was rated as a 24, but got downrated. It feels like a baby version of Critical Hit, same artist too. So in the sense of it being a 23, it feels like it is a very mid-high level 23. And here we go, starting with the match. These rolls you kind of have to keep streaming through. Snowstorm at the lead, but we still got a lot of parts to go. Both players with the perfect full combo. Misa's taking the lead now. Here we go with our first little break, but it is going to lead into a section with a roll that is very easy to mess up on. Snowstorm getting in early on that section. Misa staying clean through it. You can't count Snow out just yet. Still got more to go. And Misa taking it with a 995 over Snow's 991. Good scores by both players. Again, that middle section just ends up being tricky. It's easy to kind of mess up on. Misa with a clean 13, Snow with 21, and then the one early. You can see Misa taking notes on where those perfects were. I think that is a player is very important to kind of take it step by step and go, where did I mess up? What happened? And take those mental notes, so that when you come back to a song another time, you're aware of maybe the mistakes you're making and what's happening, and able to correct those as you go. Now, I'm unaware of what Misa's score PB is on that song, but it being her Protect, I'm sure she was very prepared for it, probably even has a better score than what we just saw. Now we're doing Snowstorm's Protect, Silence, 22, and going right into it. We'll see how they handle the slowdown. It's very easy to kind of like rush or go slow. We're going to start with a few simple 8th notes and then go into one big run, and we're going to have another run before that slowdown, so let's see how it handles it. Comes our next run. Snowstorm snagging in early. Misa, I think, with just one perfect. Misa with a lead now. We'll be able to see just a moment at the break here. There's a small little pause. Up by about 900. We've got a section with some crossovers and some mines to avoid. One more big run before we go to an outro where it's ramped down. Misa's staying clean only with one perfect there on that. A few little crossovers and then one final jump at the end. It looks like Misa will be taking song number 2, going on to our third song. Queen Elite Hexstar on Misa's side with a 99789 and a 99K on Snow's side. 5 perfects on Silence in tournament. Very good score. Very good score. Our third song, Queen of Light, old ITG song. Good to see it here. I'm trying to remember some of the specifics in this song, but honestly doesn't come to mind off the top of my head. But I do remember the chart being tricky in some nature. It's not very dense, but there are just some sections that feel just tough to nail. So Snowstorm, we will see how he does. And if Misa takes this, Misa will be continuing on in winner's side. So Snow has to take this song in order to continue on and not be knocked out to the loser's side. Misa keeping it clean with a white combo. We're going to have some smaller runs and I believe one big run going into the chorus here. Misa snagging in early there, but still with the lead. Few binds to avoid. Misa hitting that one and Snow taking the lead. If he can keep it clean through the rest of this, he could take the song and continue on the match going to a song 4. We do have some little 16ths at the end here that are kind of tricky because most of the rhythm section kind of falls out. Snow takes it by 150, moving us to song 4. Very close match. A 2 perfect, 1 early, and then the unfortunate mines. I believe those were both mines. I don't think there was a roll. I think it was just 2 mines on Misa's side. And Snow, just I think with a single miss and 5. And it just shows that those mines do cost a fair amount. And of course that early too. If it's on the earliest windows of the early, it's going to be worth so little that you may as well have gotten a miss. I mean, obviously you want the points, but at the same time, getting, you know, between like 10 to 15% of your perfect is such a little amount versus where you can get, you know, 40 or 50% on an early. That difference could have been the 150 points that we saw. So our 4th song is Zuza. This song having some long streams and in a few little rhythmic sections. We have some gallops that are really fun in there, some mines to avoid, and right now going 2-1 in Misa's favor. We will see how this song goes if we will go to a song 5. Starting off almost clean because he's hitting one of those mines, getting one perfect afterwards, but still holding the lead. Now here we go into our big stream section to see how they manage it. Snowstorm having some misjudgments there. Those drills being very tricky to just keep your rhythm on. Misa's seeming very clean on them. She still has the lead at the moment. Still got some stuff to go. Still got to be ready for these gallops to nail them. It's very easy to think you're doing a different pattern. Here comes the gallops. A double lift. Both players hitting it. Misa still with the lead. Still have some song left. See if she keeps it clean and can take this W, or if Snow can somehow swing it back. Misa looking very clean on this section. That was just like the intro where she was holding a light combo. Just got to watch out for the mine at the end. And Misa takes it with a 997 over Snow's 995. A very good set. Didn't get to that song 5, but nonetheless still great from both competitors. Snow with a clean 23 perfects and Misa with the 8 perfects and the 1 mine. Just, I think, a little trouble in that drill section there from Snow was what ultimately cost a lot of those perfects. So good job for both of our competitors here. And Misa will be moving on the winner's side. Snow still in it, but going to be competing on the loser's side. We will see how the two of them fare throughout the rest of the tournament. Again, I'm DDR Chad, for those who are unfamiliar. I will be competing later. I'm super excited for it. But I'm just excited to see all the competition, all the players. I know I've been saying that a lot on mic, but it's just the truth. The dance game community is a great community. And if you have not been out to an event like this and you're wondering, should I go? Am I, will I have fun? Am I good enough to go? It's worth it. 100% it's worth it to take some time out and come out here. A lot of friendly people and a lot of people of different skill levels, which is fun to have matchups of people amongst the toughest and some of our newer players to see how everyone fares in all of these dance games. So if you've never been out to one of these and you're a dance game lover, I implore you to go out to one and have some fun hanging out, getting to see some cool competition, and getting to see everything else that's at these bigger tournaments. Because some of them, are just dance game centric, but CEO having a lot of fighting games. I'm a huge Melee fan myself, so I got to go over earlier and see a little bit of that. I'm looking forward to seeing some more of it tomorrow. And yeah, it's just a good time. I've been doing it for several years now, and I'm so glad that I made that decision to come out and compete and, learn about these games, learn more about the competitors, and make some lifelong friends while doing it. Because in dance games, whether you're at the arcade or whether you're here at a tournament, you're in person with other players in real time. You don't just go online and play unless you have like a pump it up machine at home, or you're doing ITL and you can do head-to-head. But if you're playing on a pad with 2 players, chances are there could be another player right next to you, and who knows, that might be somebody you're going to make best friends with and get to know really well and get to see at tournaments all the time. It's really a lot of fun. So if you haven't been out to any of these, check it out. Hit up your buddies and make a trip out of it. It's worth it. So right now it looks like we're trying to get logged in. I think just slight Wi-Fi issues here at the venue. I'll go to the main cam for the time being. I don't know if we have our card draw ready either. It is harder with these events that are so big because we've got fewer options when it comes to, say, being able to hook everything up to the internet. And sometimes we might test it one way before the tournament starts, and then the tournament starts and we have hundreds of people in a room all with cell phones trying to connect to towers. So sometimes patience is key, and just, you know, hanging out and, you know, enjoying the time with people. I know the players are probably anxious to play. I know y'all are probably anxious to see them play as well. We can always play offline and just have our settings get set. But we will get to that point once we've seen if we want to do that or if we're going to wait for the online to start.
Settings.
Looks like we're still going to try that Wi-Fi out. For just a second. Okay, we have reconnected again just to see.
StepManiaX by Step Revolution. Make a selection.
Yeah, those QR codes still taking a little to load in, so not a great sign. Thank y'all for being patient with us as we troubleshoot this during the mid-tournament maintenance here. I know our TOs are hard at work trying to make sure things are operating. But again, we're kind of having to deal with the cards we were dealt. There we go, we have a QR code on screen. That's a good sign. Might still not have been connecting though. They're gonna try messing with the Wi-Fi one more time. Yeah, I'm gonna quickly grab the camera just to show off the entire room behind us. This is just Jabali Land out here. This is just arcade and whatnot. Yeah, lots of people with phones. We've got stage up there with a lot more. We've got our other dance games going as well. We've got some claw machines. You can see, I think you can see Pikachu right there. And this is just one side of the venue. The main CEO and a lot of the fighting games being on the other side. So not entirely sure of how the internet's laid out. I think we're just going in without signing in now, and the players will just have to get their settings set that way, as opposed to logging in. We still have time. We're going to do a warm-up, and hopefully get our card draw sent as well for our two opponents. We'll check real quick. Okay, we now have our card draw. We have WDRM and Poyo. WDRM protecting Given 2, a Wild 22 that has a tough slowdown to hit and some roll tech to handle. Poyo protecting Charlene. The chart in SMX being very similar to the ITG chart, so that may be why he went with that protect. Song 3 will be Mothership, the 24. Now that has a lot of center panel action, so if Poyo is not ready for that, that might be an issue. If we go to Song 4 and 5, we'll have Elysium and Fiesta Night. We're going to start with a quick warm-up on a classic Dream a Dream. I know I've played not this specific mix of the song, but Dream a Dream itself so many times on PlayStation at my buddy's house when I was starting to play dance games. So I'm sure there's plenty of people who are familiar with this song outside of SMX and are happy to see Captain Jack in our modern dance game that we've got going here. Party people in the house. You can see we've got some of our spectators just jamming out in the background. The funny thing about this song being, it's the melody from In the Hall of the Mountain King, and I think one of these two songs gets me hyped, and the other one gets me a bit nervous, despite it being the same melody. Similar scores by both players, and we are going to get started here in just a second. Pollo just getting one early, but you can see an early can cost several perfects, and that matters a lot because Pollo had the higher perfect, white perfect count by 5, and 5 less timing errors, but still would have lost that song had it been a match. But we're just warming up. We're just getting into our song number 1. Which is Give In 2. Very good song. There is a very tricky part in the slowdown where there is just right arrow jacks. They're very easy to fall out of time on. It gets quiet during that section, and then a gallop that's a 16th gallop, but at the slowdown it's a 30-second. So it's kind of hard to visualize it when it's coming up if you aren't expecting it. It's I won't say out of place because it's charted well. It's just for what the rest of the song throws at you. It's a very unexpected step. So we'll see if Pollo is ready to handle this and see how prepared WDRM is on his Protect as we go into song number 1 of this match. Starting off at half speed, we'll speed up in a little. Got foot switches on the center panel there. Pollo just triple stepping them. Here's a run here. Pollo with the lead. Handling these center panel turns very well. A little bit of vocal syncopation steps here. Here comes our slowdown. Pollo going with the jacks at the higher speed, getting a perfect on that 30-second note, and we're gonna have a speed up on this drill. DRM with the lead at the moment. If he can close it out clean, he will probably take this, but it is still close, and we've got some jacks, some jump jacks coming in. One little set of 16ths at the end here. We're really getting to the very last part of the song. So as long as it's fine on the 16th, he will take song number 1. And yes, WDRM taking his Protect. We'll put it up 1-0 in his favor. Very similar scores, just that unfortunate early on Pollo's side going from the jacks, thinking they were going to be a bit faster and not being prepared to see that yellow line as a slowdown. For those unfamiliar with SMX, you have the beat lines coming up as you're playing, and the line would be either yellow or red if there's a gimmick, yellow indicating a BPM change, and red indicating a stop. So you actually have indicators for when those things are going to happen. So even sight reading a song, you can react to what's going to happen if you see that, but chances are he just did not see that. So let's see how he goes on Charlene with this run intro and how Pollo does on his protect. Pollo with the right combo on the intro run. Now we have an infamous section coming up where you've got 16ths and then mines to avoid. Let's see how they handle that. Pollo snagging it early, but still with the lead. We will have a lot more mines coming up later in the song to avoid as well. Pollo up by just a little over 100. WD getting a couple more perfects during that stream. See how the reading and comprehension goes through here. These mines kind of being a bit easier to avoid as long as you're just doing the steps as intended and it's nothing catching you off guard. But we will have some jumps here where you really got to be careful. Pollo up by about 350 going into the last bit and avoiding it. WDRM knowing that at that point the song was kind of over and not worried about the last mine there. 4 perfects, just 4 perfects, and the one early on form error with a Hex Star 998. Very good score on Charlene. And then the 99K on WDRM's side. We were 1-1. Both players winning on their protects and going into song 3, which may be a big deciding factor considering it is the hardest song out of these 5, and then we're going into 2 level 21s. Again, this song is notorious for some center panel tech that you have to handle during this section of the song that's playing right now, where if you aren't making sure that your center panel is available to hit and turning your hips properly, it's very easy to accidentally be getting earlies, to be getting form check misses on held misses, or if your reading comprehension isn't there, to just kind of mess up that run entirely. So here we go into song number 3. Pollo with the lead, but really just getting into the meat of the song here shortly. Only up by, I think, 1 perfect. It being tied going into the center of the song, the middle section. Pollo getting 1 more perfect. I think still tied right now. We are trading perfects. And here we go with the toughest run in the song. Both players doing really well, with WDRM coming out on top, but we still have these jumps at the end and 1 little section where you go from the down center to center and up, which is easy to mess up. We'll see how they do right here. And switches over to Pollo's side at the very end, winning by only 7 points. Just 7 points. That is the difference of just timing at that point. With 4 perfects to 7 perfects, Pollo getting maybe 1 or 2 just a little more outside of the window than the nearby window, which costs some extra points, but just barely taking it. That is as close as it can get when it comes to a match like this. So Pollo currently up 2-1 as we go into our song 4, Elysium, and then if we go to song 5, Fiesta Night, again, both 21s. Elysium being a very straightforward 21, so it's just going to be a straight timing battle on that. There's some little foot switches that you have to do. I believe you can just double step out of them. So just we'll see how both players handle it and how their timing holds up. The pacing of the song, it's not too slow, but it's not super quick either, just because it's a lot of eighth notes. So we'll see if a WDRM can take this song to force a game, or song 5, or if Pollo can clutch it out and win 3-1 in this match. Both players giving each other a fist bump, getting legs prepared and going right into it. And here we go. A little bit of center panel work there. We got our first perfect on WD's side. Pollo holding the white combo. And there we go with our little foot switchy section, or double step. Pollo holding the white combo going into our hook chorus. And if he holds the white combo, he will take the song. I think we have a few more 16ths at the end here, but really just getting down to the end of the song. Pollo takes the song and gets the APC. Very good performance by both players, but having to make sure that you also APC just to tie your opponent is not easy to do. Elysium definitely, I think, being one of those songs where getting that APC is entirely possible. So I don't know if that was our first APC of this tournament or not, as I didn't see some of the earlier matches. But congrats to Pollo for clutching out the perfect score there. And moving on to winner's semi, Pollo will be playing against Twans. And WDRM still in it, but going to be on the loser's side. Very good match between our two opponents. We are getting our next set of players up. It looks like it's going to be Kevbo and Issa, potentially. We will see real quick. I'll also see if they're planning on sorry, I'm just watching them put in names for the other players who had walked away already, just seeing what they were typing. We will, yeah, we're going to go into the settings and check the Wi-Fi again to see if we can have it working or what's going on with that. But yeah, awesome performance that we saw. We're going to see more great matches of this, and who's going to make it into our top 16 here. Right now, our losers matches that we have, they're fighting for their tournament life, you know, trying to scratch and claw their way into the top 16 and show everybody what they got in that they are truly a StepManiaX. We're gonna see about. It looks like we're not logging in. We're just gonna set our settings accordingly. But we do have Kevbo and Issa on the screen.
All the other devices are on the network. We'll just reboot the cabinet.
Okay.
I don't know why it's not taking the network.
Okay.
It's connected to my phone.
Did you disconnect?
Yeah, I
Reconnect.
rebooted the phone. Yeah, I even rebooted the master too.
Okay, so we will reboot the camera.
Okay, so I just got word from Twans that all the other devices that we have are connected to the hotspot and working properly. It's just not this one cabinet. that's working. So it looks like we may reset the cab just to see if doing that will help keep that stable Wi-Fi connection. I believe we did toggle it in settings, like disconnected and reconnected it. So we will keep troubleshooting that as needed, but we're still able to play our matches, fortunately, and have our scores if needed. So we're going into our quick warm-up. I'll see if I can relay that info to Twan's real quick, Lightning, and if that has not been done, and hopefully that could be the fix we need. But I think we will be doing all of that after our set here. Russian Roulette being a tough 22, but a good warm-up if you just want to get your legs moving fast and work on reading some stuff. Looking at our set real quick, both players actually going, you know, my legs feel good. I don't want to do the rest of it. I got to really see how the pads are working and affecting me before we start our match here. Actually ending the song to get going into it. So our set, we have protected Sweet World by Issa. Now I'm sure Kebo is familiar with the song, but the chart in StepManiaX is vastly different than the chart in the Groove. You've got some roll tech that is not easy to sight read. You kind of have to be very familiar with it in order to just hit it on command. And then we have a pocket pick from Kebo on Speed Over Beethoven, which is a DDR Extreme song, and the chart is very similar to how it is in Extreme. Just a few little differences here and there, but a lot of similar things coming through. Then we have Dr. M, a tough 23 to time. Seventh Trip, which is also tough to time, is a 22, and Energizer, if we get to song 5, a very, very tough 23 with some tricky center panel work. And a harsh slowdown if you were unprepared for it. But I think both of these players here should be prepared for a slowdown of that nature. So we are on Sweet World, and we are about to get started with song number 1 in the set of our losers quarterfinal. And both players here fighting for their tournament life. He's getting a quick fist bump and go start the match now. We'll see how our players handle these rolls and the tech involved. Looks like Kebo kind of going with I'm going to just bracket all of the arrows and make sure that the rolls go through. Kind of maybe like an ITG style roll where you just want to keep hitting it. But really the tech here being to do the run as you start it and then go back to those arrows in reverse order as you hit them. Kebo doing great, holding the lead at the moment. Issa got one early. Now here you've got a section where you have to do a crossover and go behind yourself to hit that center panel. Kebo getting a miss there, another miss on that, and Issa taking the lead. Kebo just struggling on that section a little bit. Definitely what makes this song very tricky for a 22. We're gonna have some tricky center panel runs into some brackets here in a moment. And then the lifts. Issa nailing the lifts. Kebo struggling just on it a little. And yeah, I think the chart knowledge here is really benefiting Issa. She also is doing the bracket tech, but I think it's just more prepared for what arrows she's going to be needing to stay on and off of. And Issa takes song number 1 with a 98.6. Yeah, definitely Issa smile, both players smiling. I think Kebo going, man, that's not what I was expecting if he had not seen that chart before, compared to its counterparts from In the Groove. which again, vastly different there. But that's just song number 1, and that was Issa's Protect. So we are going to go to Speed Over Beethoven as our second song, which is Kevbo's Pocket Pick. So, you know, as an Extreme fan myself, I'm excited to see how well he performs on this. It being definitely harder than the Extreme chart. There's some runs, there's some step jumps that I don't believe are there on Extreme. The intro being just slightly different as well. But a tricky 22 nonetheless, but a song I think a lot of us are familiar with, being, you know, lifelong dance game fans. So it makes sense that that would be his Pocket Protect. And here we go into Kevbo's Protect for song number 2. Here we go with our first run coming up. Issa's holding a white combo. We have another run right here. Now we've got our gallops, our very DDR-centric style gallops, where the 16th is coming out of that quarter note. Pretty awkward to time if you aren't prepared for a pattern like that. Kevbo now with the lead. Both players just trading some perfects. We got some jacks. I think a few less gallops. Yeah, we have 16th, and then we'll have a few more gallops. Issa with the lead now. We're gonna have a big run as we go into this last hook chorus, starting in just a moment right here. Kevbo snagging a miss. Issa with the lead, but still anyone's match. It could be just a matter of perfects right now. We'll see how if they're prepared for the little step jumps at the end. Issa taking song number 2 by a mere 68 points. Just a matter of a handful of perfects or that miss coming into play. Still good scores by both players, but Issa up 2-0 in the set on Kevbo's Pocket Pick. So that was the song that Kevbo, I think, felt absolutely most confident on playing. And again, though, if it weren't for that miss, Kevbo would have taken it. I'm not exactly sure what arrow it happened on and what the case may have been. But Kevbo now having to do a reverse 3-0 in order to stay in this tournament. We go to Dr. M, a very tricky 23. We've got some mine pits to avoid. We've got some big 16th runs that have some crossovers at the end. And a nasty little slowdown section, a quick gradual slowdown. So we will see how he handles it if he's unfamiliar with the tech in this song or the song itself. I'm sure Issa is brushed up on it. But this song is very hard to time in general. It feels like some parts you need to kind of be a little bit more on the beat, and sometimes you have to go a little bit behind the beat. So perfects will cost a lot here, but if the earlies happen or misses, they're going to cost a lot more. Here we go with our first mine pit section. You're going to see a giant M. It might be just mines. Yeah, just mines. The next one is mine pits. Little crossovers that most players tend to just double step. Kevbo currently with the lead. Small little run here. Kevbo getting a couple perfects, still with the lead. Now here we go with the mine pits to avoid and back into it. The score flashing on Issa's side, it really being close. Now with some of the bigger runs. Both players holding the PFC. As we get into the ending of the song here, we have a little bit of crossover tech, tends to be double step, and here we go with our biggest runs. Issa with the lead. Kevbo getting some earlies on those crossovers, and we have the slowdown coming right here. Kevbo not prepared for the slowdown. Issa will take the set over Kevbo, 3-0, and she will move on in losers, and that will be ending Kevbo's run here. But still, what great timing on such a tricky song for both of our players. Dr. M just not being easy for a 23 at all. I think it was one of my few last 23s to get. It definitely took some effort and time to get all the sections keyed in. So congrats to Issa for moving on, and for Kevbo for putting on a great performance and giving it his all. And we are going to be moving on to our next match here shortly. I think we are going to try resetting the cap. I'm going to see real quick with Twans. Give me 1 second. Hey, Twans, have you turned just the cap Wi-Fi off and then back on? You should be able to just Wi-Fi off and on. Lightning said try that too. Okay. So maybe give that a shot first. So like, yeah, turn it off, give it a couple seconds. Okay, yeah, we've got into it. We have the use Wi-Fi turned off, and we're gonna flick it back on and see if that resets it well enough, or if we are gonna just try a quick cab reboot. It looks like it's saying use Wi-Fi and kind of a bit of a loading bar going across, and now it's showing everything we've had, so we'll try reconnecting real quick and see how it is. Thank you. Got to represent my favorites. I've got the bag over there, and a bunch of other little things. Shout out to Extreme. I got this at a Genesis, and I know we have Extreme fans here because why would we not? We love dance games.
It said connecting and it went back to save.
Okay, so it said it went to from connecting to a saved profile. So it looks like it's still not. So yeah, we're gonna try rebooting the cab real quick and seeing if that helps fix this issue. Probably. I would, turn it off, leave it for 20, 30 seconds, and then try. So yeah, we will be trying a quick reboot of the cab. So right now, if you need to take a short little break, if you need to go use the restroom, grab a snack, whatever, before this competition continues on, then, it'll be a couple minutes. But in the meantime, I'm here with you. I do see that it looks like a lot of the dance gamers in the area, it looks like they may have stepped away. I don't know if we're doing a picture or something. I'm going to check. Are we doing a picture?
Yeah, we're doing a picture.
Okay, it looks like we're doing a group picture. So we will be right back. I'm just going to leave it on this screen so y'all can see the stage and whatnot, but we will be right back.
Let's do it. Please make a selection. Settings. StepManiaX. Let's play StepManiaX. Select player difficulty. What are you, a maniac? Come on, make a selection. Settings. Select your difficulty. There are no easy choices in this mode. Select a song. Confirm selection. Select options.
Hello, we are back. Looks like right now we still have the players offline. Normally you would see a name in the corner, the top right or top left corner, for those players if they were signed in. But we can still have our scores saved thanks to QR codes, fortunately. Right now, Pollo and Twan's could be just a warm-up. I'll check real quick. Not card draw on here. We'll get that card draw pushed over momentarily. There we go, okay. So yeah, we've got just a warm-up right here. So our card draw and protects and all, we've got Show You protected by Pollo, a very tricky 24. Twan's protecting Redshift, a newer song that is kind of reminiscent of Mothership in terms of center panel usage. Spin Chicken as our third song. If we go to song 4 and 5, we have We Do This Dance and Remember December. Both 22s and both for completely different reasons. We Do This Dance having some more just straightforward 16 kind of sections. Remember December having some faster bursts and just some tech in general like gallops, having to do 16th gallops, having to do some swing notes as well. But we'll see if we get to there. We're going to start with Show You. This is a very tough 24, so we'll see how both players will handle it, how they're prepared as we go into song number 1. We're going to have some center panel usage here, where you either have to double step out of it. Okay, here comes our first run to our 24th section. We've got some crossovers that are forced with mines. And here we get into the real meat of the song, coming with our fast swing notes. Pollo coming out with the lead at the start. Still a lot of song left to go. A little cross under there. Both players slipping up on it a little bit. Pollo with a healthy lead at the moment. More center panel stepping here. Do our cute little foot switches on the center panel. Juan's having a little bit of errors on that. And now we're going into more of the galloping. Pollo picking up a late, but still with the lead. Comes our 24th burst. And Pollo will be taking song number 1 on his protected. The 98.6 on Show You. A very hard song to just pull out and execute super well on one play on command. But he did fairly well. Just a few little mistakes here and there. But we still got more matches, more songs, so we'll see how they do on Juan's Protect Redshift. This song, less dense than Show You's dense sections, but we've got some crossovers, and one part at the end specifically that could be the make or break moment where you have to do like right, center, down, center, left, and go back that way. So you're doing like a cross under around the center panel, and it can be very tricky. You can double step it, but it requires you to double step very fast. So we'll see how it goes down once we get to the end of the song here. Kind of starts off pretty straightforward, some gallops here and there. Pollo starting strong with the white combo. Slightly bigger strings now going around the center panel. Both players doing very well on them. Pollo's staying absolutely clean on this. But really, we do have some stuff to go. A single early or late could be enough of a swing to cause a shift. Pollo just got his first perfect. Juan's still keeping it close. I think the score is flashing. And here we get to the end section. Little foot switches. Here comes that cross under. Right up here. Pollo gets the early. Twans takes it with a 999 over Pollo's 998. It did come down to just that last section of the song being the deciding factor. 2 perfects, 1 early versus 5 perfects. And you can see why Twans have protected that. That one section being the, if you aren't prepared for it, it is very easy to mess up and get an early or later, a miss even, a held miss, or just straight up not being able to hit a panel the way that you're expecting your feet to go. And yeah, you can see Twan talking to Pollo about what you have to do on that section. Definitely what makes it a 23 is that part, along with just having some other crossovers, other center panel tech. So So a good protect from both players, them both winning on their protect. And now we're going to go into a song 3 and 4 to see if we're going to have a 3-1 here, or we're going to go 2-2 and have to go to Remember December. So we're getting prepared for Spin Chicken right now. Any Minecraft movie fans in the chat will understand that we are doing the Chicken Jockey song, because that is a literal chicken jockey. So let's see if these two chickens can spin it. I know we have Pollo, which, if I'm not mistaken, is literally chicken in Spanish, I believe. Pollo starting off with the white combo. Juan's coming out with the lead now. I think it's a 1-2 perfect situation. Few mines to avoid here. Little syncopated sections here to the piano and kind of going back into some runs. Juan's coming out with the lead at the moment as we go into the last third of the song here. Juan keeps it clean. He will be taking the song. And Juan's takes Spin Chicken song number 3 with a 998 over Pollo's 996. Going to song 4, We Do This Dance. 9-5, both getting single-digit perfects. Now this is winner semifinals, so if one of these players, when one of these players loses, they will still be competing in the loser side of the brackets. So we will still see more of them. Or I believe maybe they are going into the loser side of the top 16. I'm not entirely sure. I'm trying to look here at our bracket and see who is going from where. It looks like at this point, yeah, no one's getting sent down. I think both people go on to top 16 just on different parts of the bracket. But either way, we will still see both of these competitors playing. Juan starting with the light combo. Pollo with the lead. Looks like it was tied for a moment. Pollo's getting an early. And early before that step jump as well. Just kind of rushing a note or two here. Now we're going to have some little 24th bursts going into 16th, really being the trickiest part of the song. Pollo getting a handful of earlies there. Big roll, not getting all the notes in. Looks like Juan's on top. Still somewhat close, but not a lot of song left to go, and only one big roll at the end. That probably wouldn't swing it. So it looks like Juan will be taking the set over Pollo 3-1 and staying on the winner's side with a 998, 998.76. We're just counting the numbers down. Great performance from both players. 4 perfects. Very clean on a 22 with specific patternings, rhythms like that. So congrats to Tuan winning that match, and we will see Pollo again playing some more. So thank you all again for spending your Saturday evening, or wherever you're located, maybe different time, hanging out with us here. we're having a blast at CEO Project Storm 2025, hanging out with all the dance game buddies and just enjoying some steps. We are doing the dance, and again, if you haven't been to one of these events, it's worth it. Absolutely come out and see the friendly competition and get to meet some people that maybe you've seen playing before and you know online, and you're like, oh, they're a really good player. Just come up and say hey to us. We enjoy getting to meet people in the community, making new friends. So if you're looking for something new to try out and haven't made it out to one of these events before, definitely give it a shot. Definitely give it a shot. So it looks like we are seeing which match we're going to get going over here next. We don't have anybody who is exactly stepped up. We might be waiting on another match to complete first. I'm not entirely sure, but once we know, we will let you know and keep that info going over to you guys. Me, I'm projected to play once top 16 starts. Now, I have a first round bye, so I think we'll be able to wrap up this pool within, if we're on schedule, it'll be about 30 minutes from now is when it should be done, but it might be a little more because of the Wi-Fi issues and taking the picture. Yeah, so I will be getting my chance to get up there in a little while, but in the meantime, I'm happy to just get to watch the charts and hang out. I got my food. I feel good and energized. I got water, energy drink. I've got what I need. Just need to get some steps in at this point. That's how I'm feeling, is I'm just eager to get on the pads. It'll be fun. I'm really looking forward to it. And I did get to test the pads out yesterday before we had started the first pool. I was here for a little bit and played on both machines. I think mainly top 8 is going to be on just this cabinet, but I may have to also play on the other cabinet, which players have to adapt to playing both. Sometimes cabinets have slightly different feels depending on when they were produced or what style of cabinet you're on. Me personally, I play on a deluxe cabinet at my local arcade, and the timing and feel of the deluxe cabinet, a lot of players agree it feels quite a bit different than your standard cab like the ones we were playing on. And not to say that it's a bad thing, it's just different. But even these two standard cabs here, I believe, were different generations, or the screens may be different. They're saying that there's slight differences. Now, for me, I'm just trying to not think about that too much and just step in and do what my legs remember to do. And if I start seeing early or late, just think, am I early or late, or do I need to adjust to like a sync issue? Or not a sync issue, but so to say, but maybe the machine sync, how the machine feels in comparison to what I may be used to. But again, all players having to deal with that between the two cabs if they're playing on both cabs. And some of these players playing multiple events and having to adjust to different timing across multiple different games, multiple different setups, making it not easy. Not only the timing of the game itself, different timing windows, but just how a screen feels, looks, and everything. I can just tell between these two screens, I think one of them is a little brighter than the other. So maybe you're seeing a little more of the background than you would want on a screen like that versus a dimmer screen. And just little things to think about. But at the end of the day, you just have to stay focused and not worry about those things and just perform the best you can. Try to make it out on top, because anything that you're dealing with, chances are your opponent is also dealing with, unless it's something that they've already adapted to. Say like one of these machines is owned by the person you're playing against, then they're going to be very well adapted to how it feels versus somebody who doesn't even play on that style of machine like myself, who would play on a deluxe cab. But most players here don't own these machines. In fact, I'm not sure if any of the players do. I don't know exactly where they came from. Besides from Step Revolution, of course, which we're very grateful to have a great team of people developing a game where we can all just, enjoy what we do and have some new songs given to us. We have some old songs revived in a fun way. We've got edit mode. I'm so thankful for edit mode, a great app that tracks everything. Free updates and not having to paywall things behind, like playing on a specific online version of a game or anything like that, which is very dance gamer friendly. So of course we're very thankful for that. So we are getting our two competitors up. We have Pilot and Kingly. And our card draw, we have a Protect on Life Ride from Pilot, a very straightforward 22, very good on sync, and just some 30-second bursts. It's a very slow BPM song, so those 30-second bursts aren't unmanageable as far as 30 seconds go. I believe it is the slowest BPM song in the game. Kingly protecting Dopamine, which is quite tricky for a 23. It has a lot of these swing type notes mixed in, and notes that follow the vocals. Our third song is going to be Over the Top, a newer chart that is pretty straightforward. I'd say one of the easier 23s, but you do get tired stamina-wise on it just from how many 16th little runs there are. And if we go to song 4, we have Get Lifted, which is a very lift-heavy chart, being tricky to nail everything unless you are prepared for it or have ghost steps ready. For 21, it is not easy. And then our last song will be Everybody Dance. We get to our fifth song, Everybody Dance, having some big hip turn sections where you're going between like the left, down, and center panels, or left, down, and right. Like you're using the center panel with a left or right, and then up or down, and really just swinging around on just those three panels for a whole measure of a 16th run. During the chorus happens several times. For 22, it's easy to mess up. We're just finishing our warm-up here, and then we will see these two going head-to-head. Now this, although we've had other matches already happening on the later side of our pool, excuse me. This was one of the earlier ones. I'm not sure if Kingly or Pilot had another game they were obligated to play in, but we've worked through a lot of the bracket except for this part. So we should have them playing, the winner facing Jalo, and then whoever loses this is going to go into the losers and play against Dat Corrido. And then we will continue up the brackets, filling out the rest of this as we go, and getting through to get to our top 16. So here we go with song number 1, Life Ride. Pilots Protect. Let's see how they do. Pilot opted to double step a lot, with Kingly doing some of the tech. Both players picking up perfects. Here comes our biggest run. Kingly getting some early perfects. Pilot holding it fairly clean, but still early in the song. We still got more 30 seconds. We have some step jumps. More song to go. Difference of about 700 points. We have one set of triplets here, slow triplets. Pilot hitting them clean. And at this point, just has to hang on, do what he's been doing to go take the victory on his Protect. Just one more little 30-second burst, 3-note burst at the end. And Pilot will be taking song number 1 with a 99888. Very good hex star by Pilot. Only a couple of perfects. Yeah, just 4 perfects and kind of feeling the sync out at the beginning, and then just like one or two throughout the rest of the song. So Pilot takes song 1, which is his Protect. Now we are going to Kingley's Protect. Dopamine being a very tricky 23 to time. There's a lot going on with this chart that makes it tough to time. I know personally when I got the APC on it, it kind of happened out of nowhere because most times you're not expecting to just nail it out. This is one that you'd want a good score on, you're going to have to play multiple times over. So let's see how Kingley does on his Protect. If Pilot take it 2-0, we're going to go 1-1. Have a little 30-second pickup burst here. Now our gallop section. Another little 30-second burst. Pilot staying very clean on it. Now you have to watch out on this little chorus here. You have a gallop note that you have to watch a mine right there. And that mine could cost a lot. Probably getting a few perfects on some of these trickier gallop parts, but still holding the lead over Kingley. Pilot with the lead going into the very end of the song. Pilot taking song number 2, Kingley's Protect, with a 9-8-9 versus a 9-8-3. Again, very tough to time, a 23 perfect to a 40 perfect. Getting low perfects on that song is extremely tricky, but it looks like both players have managed to avoid all the mines and keep it together. So now we're going to Over the Top. Quite different than our first 2 songs. Still at 23, just a bit more stamina than both the other songs, but more straightforward for sure. If you're looking for 23s to get into, this one is fairly manageable as long as you're able to step a lot and keep your breath going, or keep yourself not out of breath. What am I trying to say? A little section with some like double steps here because you might, I think it wants you to turn. This update had a few charts where there was some like turning parts where you're supposed to either do a spin or double step. But here's our main bulk of the song of these 16s. I think we might have one bigger run shortly, or at least, no, that's at the later part of the song. Now this violin section is tricky to time. It feels like you kind of have to go early to avoid the lates. Pilot with the lead, but both players having a very, very close score at the moment. We'll see how they handle the melody section coming up here with the synths. There's some jumps with center. Kingley getting a couple perfects. Scores are still tight. It could be just a single miss with a 16th or something that could happen there to swing the game. Pilot holding it clean. That one little step jump that's very easy to catch you off guard. That's a very Kyle Ward style step jump that he likes to throw into some charts. But Pilot will be taking song number 3 of the 998 versus a 996. Pilot 3-0 in the set will move on. Now Kingley, we will see on the loser side still. This is winners round 1. Like I said earlier, we do have a slight bit of backup, so we are going to work our way through that bracket. So we still have more losers matches, more winners matches to go before we get up back to winner semifinals again, where right now Maid Nisa is waiting. And again, I believe Kingley will be playing against that Corrido. I don't know if they're coming up shortly, or if we are going to have another match go, just depending on who's ready, who's warmed up, all that jazz. But great job on Pilot keeping a low perfect count on those songs that were a bit more straightforward. Again, Dopamine, out of those 3 songs, Dopamine absolutely the toughest one to time with all the swing and whatnot. So good job to Pilot. And of course, we always appreciate hearing Pilot on commentary, but sometimes you just got to do the dance. You got to everybody dance. There's a song that's just called Dance. I'm going to just keep making puns, guys. Please ignore me. Or feel free to boo me in the chat. Although we don't have a boo judgment in this game, I'm very familiar with how it feels to get a boo. I think we're still messing around with the Wi-Fi settings for a minute, just to see if we could fix it, because yeah, it's kind of strange that we're getting all the other devices working fine, but just this not wanting to stay connected is a little odd. And I don't think that the Wi-Fi needed for an SMX cab to connect is very intensive. It just is like having to be stable enough to connect, and then it's good. It's not all. It's not like you're playing like a MOBA or something where if it's a little shaky at times, something's going to be wrong. I think it's low intensive on the internet usage. Let's put it that way. We're checking that out. We might be trying a different phone, different hotspot, perhaps. Maybe the hotspot's just not prioritizing the cabinet. I could sit here and go into plenty of theories, but we're trying to get it work so people can just log in. Hopefully we can have that happen. Save a little bit of time so we don't have to sit there and go back and go put our settings in and also go, did I get the right settings? I forgot what I had. It looks like our next match, we're getting a card draw for Jalo and Pilot, I believe. So they're getting prepared. We are looking at the cab still to see what options we can do for the Wi-Fi. But again, the good thing is even without the internet, we're still able to do our matches just the same. It's not like logging in gives you any special benefits that you wouldn't have on not logging in. You just have to go and set your note skins, your speed, and all of those things accordingly. Obviously, you kind of have to remember what you had and go about it that way. But it's nothing too crazy. It's not like we're missing sync early or late or anything like that, which is very, very good to have for a dance game. That if you want to not have an account, feel free. But if you want to have an account, you totally can, and it'll save your scores and it'll save your settings. And if you don't have the SMX app already, whether you're a player or not, I'd say you should get it. It's very, very nice. Shows you recent score plays. You can set rivals. You can look at real-time scores that are being put. If you go to rankings, there's a score feed option, and you can just see scores from players all over the world that are happening in real time. So 2 minutes ago, 3 minutes ago, different players playing different charts, and you can see what their scores were. So when a tournament is online, like the other cabinet we have, you can see those scores happening right as the song is finished and the score hits the server. And again, if you're not a player and still want to check things out, there's an entire edit mode where you can go in, select songs, and just add your own steps. This is a chart that I've been working on. I'm not complete with it yet. I've been so focused for the tournament that there are some sections where we just have a bunch of left and right arrows. But once you get used to how the user interface works, it's really nice, and it's cool too to be able to make edits for songs that were in other dance games. Because we've got so many songs that were from older Dance Dance Revolution, or Pump It Up, or In the Groove. So if there's a song that you're wanting to make an edit for that you like from those games, you can check it out and see what kind of things you can come up with, or what other things other players have come up with. I know a lot of those old school revival type songs do also have edits that are usually very true to what the original guitar was, especially for the ITG and DDR songs that we have, where they kind of take the exact steps and put that into the edit, so you can play So Deep or Cartoon Heroes pretty much exactly like it was, but in this engine with a nice flashing stage and backgrounds and all that we've got. So we are going to go over to the cab. We are doing our warm-up on DMT in our card draw. Now this is a super fun card draw. Jalo protecting Dystopia 2077, a kind of tech-heavy 23 with a slowdown. Pilot protecting Dopamine, although last set he did not protect it. I think I'm going clean off of playing that song. I feel confident on it, so let's go ahead and I'm going to protect that and play it again. I just did it. Electric, the Wild 22, having some quick little 30-second bursts near the end and tricky runs with the center panel that you have to just have good reading comprehension to nail. If we go into song 4, Dream of You, it's a pretty straightforward 22, but it's got some swing. It's got some 16th runs with a 30-second burst. A very, very fun song, great chart. If we go to song 5, we will say EMEA, the Wild 24, which is a very tricky 24. It has a slowdown that is not easy to read. You kind of have to just know it ahead of time if you want to be able to do it, unless your slowdown reading comprehension is really good, because you're slowing down to half speed and it's still 120 beats per minute. It's not like other songs where maybe you're slowing down from 160 to 80 or 180 to 90, but it's still fast. It's 240 BPM song. So we'll see if we get to a song 5. But we are just finished with this warm-up, and we will be going into Jalo's Protect on Dystopia 2077 and getting this match underway on our winners quarterfinals. The winner of this match will be going into winner's semifinal against Made Misa. We can see waiting in the back behind Pilot's game screen there. I know that she's probably eager to play. She had a great performance in the women's non-binary tournament last night. And it's great to see all different kinds of players playing this game, enjoying it, just getting to chat about songs they like, the arrow patterns they dislike or enjoy, and just having shared experiences through music in a video game. So both players now slowly turning around, chatting a little bit. We're going to hear a little bit of a phone call start. And hello. Yes, looks like we've got a match. Let's go. Both players starting with perfects, but Jalo with the lead. Part here that kind of requires some double stepping unless you want to get turned around. Pilot picking up a miss there, that is going to hurt. We'll see how the slowdown affects both players. Now we've got foot switches on this section. And another double step unless you want to cross over on the center panel. About halfway through as we're going to the slowdown. Let's see how both players tackle that. One more little 24th burst. Jalo very clean on this. Going into a similar section from earlier. Right down to the end, Jalo takes song number 1. It looks like that miss really being the deciding factor on this song. We'll see the perfect count here. Yeah, 8 perfects to 10 perfects. And I feel like a few of those ones from Jalo were even a little outside of the nearby window. So Jalo taking his protect, and now we're going into dopamine once more and seeing how Pilot does on this after having played it earlier, keeping it strong. Again, this being a very, very tough 23 to time. Pilot starting out with the lead here. Holding a white combo. Now here we go with our gallop section. Pilot with just 3 perfects at the moment. A little bit of a lead. It is tough to tell sometimes exactly how much of a lead it is, because you're kind of just looking at the thousands place and seeing when it's changing. I do see the score flashing on Jalo's side. Right now, Pilot's still with the lead. Pilot doing a great job transitioning from those green notes into the yellow notes here. That being one of the trickier transitions, getting those parts, those 16ths are very hard. Pilot taking his protect with a 994 for Jalo's 992, just under 200 point difference. 14 to 16 perfects, very, very close. So we are 1-1. Our third song will be Electric, and then Dream of You we will also see. So we'll see if we have a 3-1 situation or if we go 2-2 and go to EMEA at the end. Go into Electric. The song starts off very unassuming. You got some 16th runs. Well, I guess actually this section is definitely tougher than what we're about to come up on. Right now is when it really lets up. You have a lot of just simple 8th note parts where you're either doing a hold and hitting some other arrows, or double stepping some like turns, some center panel work. Jalo with the lead right now. The white combo. Pilot snagging it early. Still got a lot to go. Yeah, you gotta get your double steps just right here, or you're gonna have a little bit of trouble keeping those holds. Now our scores might be at 50K, but we are over halfway. The last third of this song, the last 25% of it, really ramping up the difficulty. So we'll get to that in just a measure or two here. So here we go with our 30-second burst into the runs. Pilot struggling a little bit on those. Both players snagging missed judgments. Jalo still in the lead with a healthy lead, but we have our last part which turns quite a bit. Jalo takes it with a 994 over a 984. Tricky, very, very tricky 22. And yeah, it looks like Pilot just had one section where a lot of that kind of fell apart, probably the 30-second burst section. And just a little bit at the end. Those early is unfortunate as well. But we'll see how he does on Dream of You. If Pilot can take this back to a 2-2, or if Jalo will take it 3-1. The winner of this, again, going against Maid Misa for semifinals, and whoever loses still being in it on the loser's side of the brackets. I'm trying to see exactly. It looks like the loser here will be playing against Bostic 300. Here we go into song number 4. Got a stop coming here. We'll have one more of those later. Here are swing notes. Starting with more of the 16ths now. This next section is just some simple gallops, but with the mine pits, it is kind of easy to not see them correctly. And a little bit of syndication here. Both players holding it very well. Jalo with the lead at the moment. We've got a spin hold here, holding on center and spinning around, so we'll see. Yep, they are foot switching on the center there. We're gonna have a little 16th run come up with a 30-second burst. Both players snagging some perfects. Jalo getting it early, which has swung the lead to Pilot. Pilot holds this out for the end. It will be going to a song 5. And he does it with a 644 versus a 605, that early swinging the match. We are going to see a song 5 between these two players to see who will be going into winter semifinals with EMEA, a chart that is very tricky. I am excited to see this, y'all. I am so excited to see EMEA. It's one of my favorites that have come from the Naoki song list that we are so grateful to have in SMX. We get to see our Anubis dog friends on screen. If you're unfamiliar with this chart, the first slowdown, we basically call it the slowdown of death. It is very easy, if you get off just a little bit, to have many errors happen all at once. So if you're familiar with it, you should be good. Let's see if these players are. Have our little first 16th burst. We'll see more of those throughout the song. A couple more happening in a section just measure by measure here. Jalo with the lead going into the slowdown. Still pretty even though. Jalo's not ready for the slowdown. Pilot with the lead. Oh, it's switching back. Pilot getting a miss as well. Both players having some mistakes here and there. This chart being very demanding. Crossovers during these 8 notes. We're going to see a few more crossovers, have one more slowdown coming up. Jalo with a slight lead. Getting another early there is going to hurt. One section with all yellow notes here, and then timing back into a speed up. Jalo getting another early lead swinging towards Pilot. See if he holds up the end. We've got a few more 30-second bursts coming up, a few more crossovers. This is neck and neck. A few earlies from Pilot, foot switches there for both players. The last 30 seconds. And now we have our final 5 notes. Pilot takes it by a few hundred points. Really coming down to just some of that slowdown knowledge and a few bits of form error on Jalo's side, but a great performance from both of them. Jalo having overall more white perfects, but again, those earlies, the late and the misses costing a lot, and Pilot keeping the perfects together overall a bit better. So congrats to Pilot for staying on the winner's side and going into semifinals against Maid Miso, which we will see at some point here. Again, I know that she is eager to play, having had to wait a little while we got through this part of the bracket. I'm not sure exactly who is playing next on our setup. We still have some of losers to go through, and it looks like what I'm seeing is there are 6 people who move on to top 16. So I think the people from winners semifinals here, I don't think they'll end up in the loser side. They may just end up in the harder side of the bracket. So we'll see a total of, I believe, 6 people on their way to top 16. I believe that just means Misa and Pilot will both be in top 16 in some form. They are doing their card draw, so we are going to have their match on this stream here momentarily. And we'll also have Pollo and Twan's both going into top 16, who we played earlier. Twan's getting the 3-1 over Pollo. But there's still chances in our loser side of the bracket for people to make it onto our top 16 and being able to compete there, which I hope y'all are excited for. I have been waiting for this moment for weeks and practicing, and can't contain the excitement. Just I'm ready to play. But dang, is it a lot of fun to watch and commentate on it too. And I'm giving it all my real thoughts here. Like seeing EMEA as a song 5, you're thinking maybe somebody's going to get a 3-1 or a 3-0 here, and we're not going to see it. But to see them go back 2-2 as close as it was never just decided on most songs. For them to be able to go in and have a match like that and go to song 5, and there's a lot of pressure going behind that with how you're performing. You want to do your best, but you also can't psych yourself out, and you just have to be prepared to nail some stuff and hopefully have that chart knowledge. Hopefully it's been studied up to play some of these songs, whether it's on the lower end of the levels or the upper end, and just be ready to do the dance without any hesitation, so to speak. So now we have Pilot and Misa stepping up to the stage, and we have a card draw here. We have quite the card draw. Okay, so Misa has protected Lunatic, the Wild 23 that is a 200 BPM song that goes down to 100 and also up to 400. So your reading speed and knowledge of the end part that bumps up to 400 BPM, you have to either know the section or be prepared to look at the other opponent's screen if they're reading slower. Just be ready for it. It's not easy. Pilot with the pocket pick on Space Boy, feeling confident on a song that is tough to time and quiet for a lot of the time. Pilot wanting to go with Space Boy. I know he has a good score on Space Boy. And then our third song will be Need You, which we will be seeing. It indicates a slowdown on it by the BPMs, but that slowdown is just at the end once the last note is hit, so there is no BPM changes in the song that are relevant to what the players will be playing. Song 4 will be EMEA, which we just saw, so Pilot getting another chance to play a song that he had just played, but Misa might be more prepared. And our song 5 we get there will be Temple of Boom, which is going to be, I'd say, in terms of stamina, our second hardest song, but Lunatic takes the cake on it over Temple of Boom, just having to read slow, having to do the speed up at the end. So we'll see how this goes out. Electronic City Pops as a warm-up. Pilots opting to go with a little bit lower of a difficulty, keep the legs moving, but not forced to do a bunch of fast 16ths after having just played EMEA. I could see a little bit of sweat on his shoulder. He's probably warmed up as is and just wants to step. It's always good to remind yourself you don't have to push yourself during a warm-up. You can pick whatever difficulty you want, and you can stop whenever you want. It's just for warming up. Lisa with a 999. So yeah. Both players pointing at their perfects. Just laughing about it, going, hey, what happened? Hey, what's going on? Okay, so we have our players on Lunatic now. looking at speed mods, contemplating what speed they want to read the song at, whether you have an ending memorized and just don't care to really see the notes and rather read the slow parts quicker so it's easier, or if you're able to read slow and you just are okay with reading a lot of the song slower than others. Here we go into our first song of Pilot versus Misa in winner semifinals of our last pool before going into top 16. We've got some mines to avoid here. Pilot reading slow to be able to get the end, where Misa reading at a much higher speed, just has the ending memorized, or is planning on looking at the other side. Either way. Now we've got some little flam gallops here. Pilot with an early. Misa having the lead at the moment. We'll see another little 30-second burst, little like 16th or 200. Now this part here looks kind of unassuming, but it is kind of tricky to stay on top of it without being out of sync. Both players doing a good job. Pilot currently with the lead. Misa also getting a missed judgment on rather an earlier late. Go back up to 200. Got some jumps here that are bracketable. A few jacks, then going into our last 100 BPM section before getting ready for our ending. Pilot snagging in this. Continues going with no bar for just a second to maybe have a little less energy being used. Here we go with our speed up. Misa taking her protect, the 98.4. Pilot doing extremely well up until we got to near that end there, and just a few little mistakes kind of ending up snowballing into bigger ones. So Misa taking song 1, her protect, but we will see now Pilot's pocket pick, Space Boy. This is a notoriously hard to time song. There are steps that go to vocals, where there's almost nothing else happening in the song besides some synths that are very background, kind of quiet, and the cuts of the song, from my knowledge, are a little thrown around, like the song was rearranged, so it's tough to say if everything was lined up absolutely perfectly, or if there's slight sections that might be just like a little earlier or later. The slow parts being the hard part, and really a quiet song for about 50% of the song. And here we get into it. Misa getting some earlies right off the bat. Pilot doing fine. That's just one perfect. Now we've got our first drill as the song builds up. 16th runs in here. Nothing too unmanageable. There is some foot switch tech coming up right here. I think Misa might have got caught a little off guard, but recovered well. Either more foot switches, crossover to double steps. And our second slowdown. Pilot doing a fantastic job on these slowdowns. Just barely letting up any perfects, up by almost 1,000. Getting a few earlies on that drill, but just going to be ready for this last section. You have brackets. We're going to have a center-held spin, where you're going to either have to do a spin or foot switch to hold that center or bracket. Both players handling that well, and Pilot will take his pocket protector. The 99.4 on Space Boy in tournament in a packed arcade room, a loud, big room of just people walking around doing stuff. 9 perfects on Space Boy. Just pulling that out is pretty indicative words. It needs Pilot's practice this. I know that he is very familiar with this chart and ready for it and knows it's a strength of his. But even then, getting 9 is just not something that is just easy to do on command. So we will see Meet You and then EMEA have the same situation from the last set. Are we going to see a 3-1 or are we going to see a Song 5 and go to Temple of Boom? I think Pilot feeling good after taking that victory on the last song and going into another song that is a lower difficulty and more straightforward. We'll have some swing notes, starting off with a big left-right drill here. Lisa rushing it just a little bit, but getting right back on track. Now we're gonna have some swing notes. Pilot starting off with a lead. The 16th here, that's a little different because you're expecting it to be a swing note like the other ones, but it's a 16th. That happens a couple of times in this chart. And now we're gonna have our 16th runs. Here comes another bigger run. Pilot using some bracket tech to handle the jumps, conserve some energy. Still with the lead, but very close nonetheless. Fine avoidance there. And another one of those 16s that you feel like could be a swing note, but it's not. Musically, it's not. Now we're getting to the real end of the song. Just one more swing note coming up. Sorry, there might be two. I think there's one and then one right at the end. Yeah, one here. Pilot getting it early. Very unfortunate, but he's still in the lead. He holds on to the light combo, he's fine. And he fortunately holds on. Just squeezing it out despite that early by about 80 points. Pilot up 2-1. And yeah, you can see Misa pointing, oh, I got, 2 or 3 perfects right at the beginning. That section being very easy to rush, seeing a big drill happen, but it's only 127 BPM. And for those familiar with dance games, 128-ish BPM is just a hard speed to work at. It's not slow to where you can kind of double tempo feel it. And it's not fast enough to be able to just lock in with a fast BPM. It's right in the middle, which is awkward. But we're going to EMEA, which is the blazer of this one. We saw earlier. We'll see how Pilot handles playing it second time, having played it not like just about 10-ish minutes ago. Pilot starting with the lead. Switching over to Misa. Misa getting it early on the slowdown and a lot of late perfects. Pilot keeping the PFC. Still got a lot to go still. I know on the last match we were seeing some flubs here and there. Maybe Pilot has the warm up in the chart knowledge down at this point and just feels more confident on it. Still holding the PFC, but it's going to come down to a matter of timing these crossovers and the bursts. Foot switch is coming up. Pilot holding a bunch of white perfects, doing fantastic. Last 5 notes, and Pilot will take it over Misa, then 989 versus 987. Pilot getting the 3-1 here in winners semifinals. And again, I believe both players moving to top 16, just different parts of our brackets. So congrats to both players. A 27 perfect clean versus a 33-1. So again, congrats to both our players. For Pilot playing so many sets in a row and just doing so well. Great matches, great matches. Yeah, so now we are going to finish working through our loser side here and getting that all situated. We've got Jallo and Bostic will be playing at some point. WDRM and Kingley. It looks like those two are setting up on the cab, so they're probably have already done their card draw and are ready to go. We are seeing some great competition here, and getting a little bit of a crowd of people, you know, behind us, just seeing either spectators walking by momentarily who are here for the arcade and just seeing the dance games, or friends of the competitors and other competitors just going at it and ready to cheer on their friends and enjoy the show. So yeah, we have Kingley and WDRM stepping up on the pad, and our card draw, we have Protect on Beautiful Man by WDRM, and a pocket pick from Kingley on Busted Out. Again, this is the loser side, so this is tournament, whoever loses this will be out of the tournament, so using those special actions, using your pocket picks in your song or set redraws is very important if you haven't used them and you want to make sure you stay in the tournament. So we see that from Kingley, and Busted Out being the only 24 in this set, but kind of an easier one as long as you're familiar with the tech. It's definitely a 24, but on the scale of 24s, it's just tech heavy, it's slower. It's not simple, but it's not overly difficult. And then our song 3 will be Brutalisphere, which I'm so excited to hear some Machine Supremacy in our dance game, and this late in the tournament to have a 23 from them that we can play. Love that song, love that chart. One of my favorite artists back from In the Groove and in StepManiaX. And song 4 would be Polarized, a newer 22 that's pretty straightforward, kind of just come down to timing. And then Galactical to 23, a lot of gimmicks in some sections. We've got like a double lift at the end, some brackets that are necessary and such. So if we get past Polarized, we'll see that. But right now, warming up on Bring Me Back to Life, the 20. Got some good steps here. You can just work on your timing, especially with the quieter section of the song here and having to play visually a bit more, especially in an environment like this. And then we'll get into our actual set. And good luck to both of our competitors trying to stick it and stay in the tournament here. Yeah, I forgot about the jacks in this song. There's some really fun little 2-note jacks that make it tricky. I'm showing off Twans because he is sitting here looking at the screen. So I figured, let's put his face on.
I just wanted to say Jazz, that's all.
Oh. We're glad to have you here.
Yeah.
And congrats on your win against Boyo. It was a great match. Show you being very tough. But on everything else, you were just nailing it. Just doing an awesome job. You were going to do great in top 16, for sure. So our first song, got Beautiful Man. I love like the little chord changes. It's not a key change, I don't think. Just kind of like what chords it lines on. It's just, the song is very fun. All right, here we go into song number 1 of the set. Got these 8 notes here, just going on the upbeat. That'll happen again later. Another big run going back into another verse. We're going to have more of those 8 notes come up. Currently WDRM with the lead. Very slight lead. The song is very ABAB-esque. I don't think there's anything too tricky that just pops up at any point. Lead still for WDRM right now. It looks like it's flashing on Kingley's side though, so it's really going to come down to just timing at this end here. WDRM taking it with 996 over 994. Just a matter of perfects when it came down to it. And of course, that being WDRM's Protect is what we're expecting to probably see out of these competitors. But now we have Kingley's Pocket Pick. So Kingley, being very familiar, ready to play this song, gonna give it his all and bust it out here on the dance floor. Shoutouts to SMX jackets that have cars in them. There's a lot. This one looks really sweet. You've got the rain going. For those who haven't seen enough SMX before, the jackets themselves have little animations and stuff when you select a song. So that's some good fun if you haven't seen it before. So yeah, we start off with foot switches here, some very slow-paced foot switches. We'll have more of them later. I think we got a crossover coming up here. Yep. And a foot switch on center, some brackets. WDRM started with a light combo. Now we have the tougher brackets coming up. We're gonna have 1/24th first here. More foot switches. Very even game, but WDRM with the lead at the moment. Now this next section really wants you to do a heavy turn, kind of with the center panel, but it's easier to double step right coming up here. Both players handling it fine. We're gonna do one more iteration of that. WDRM picking up an early, still with the lead, and now we've got bracket foot switches coming up. More foot switches. We're gonna have some crossovers here along with those foot switches and a roll chain. Flashing very, very close. WDRM taking it by a mere 80 points. Just 80 points despite that early, really doing well on the timing. 6-1 versus 13. Just, again, a matter of just timing. It is 2-0 in WDRM's favor going into our third song. It looks like he is kind of in a great position to be taking the set, but he might be a little tired too. He had to do a lot of turning work on that last song and a bit of correction. A very good job on correcting kind of foot placement and keeping the song going, despite maybe not being ready to double step in or out of a section. And we'll see how these two players handle Brutalisphere, which is quite stamina intensive. There's some faster jumps that happen, not like step jumps like in a row, but just out of a 16th, not a direct 16th, but like you'll have 16ths like da-da-da-da in a jump. Here we go, we have a pause and then we go right into it. WDRM starts out with a handful of early perfects. Still just at the very beginning though, yeah, swinging back to WRDM side. You have some mines here that the easiest way to avoid them is to just add 2 go steps back into center and keep your run going. And then the twisty section of the song where you're doing kind of Scooby style twists unless you double step it. WDRM with an early, now we have the 12s. Another early, but still holding on to the lead here. Kingley just kind of bleeding perfects enough to where it's giving a point deficit that's hurting, but we still got more to go. This next section is very 8th note heavy with a few long drills coming up. Another twisty part, both players nailing it. And here comes our really big drill. WDRM still with the lead on this. Clutches this out. We'll take it 3-0. Here we go with that jump at the end that's very tricky. Both players hitting it. Oh yeah, there is the triple jump. Yeah. So WDRM getting the 98-8 versus a 98-2, and he will take it 3-0 over Kingley. WDRM moving into the losers round 3. He will be going up against Issa, and they're playing to make it into top 16. So congratulations to WDRM, and good job to Kingley to make it this far and put on a great show and push the opponents, you know, as far as they did. So we've got more happening coming up. Sorry, I'm watching the other machine right now. We got some really fast step in. Can't see what song, if we were on Summer or something else. Oh no, it was Paranoid. That would be very fast. Paranoid, quite fast. So our next match. Trying to see. I see 2 people going up to the cab. I'm not sure if this is part of our top 16 we're getting into, or if this is just kind of getting prepared beforehand, because I think we still have some of the loser side to go through.